We'll get going in a second.
Private staff to do city for your own name
All right.
right in here. Right, same wheelhouse. Oregon.
Please grab a seat and
We're getting there.
we'll get going. Thank you. All right, this is going to feel a little strange, but you are now going to be part of a Metro Council meeting because we do have a quorum. We needed to make sure that this is a joint MERC session. So I'm going to ask our clerk, Georgia, to start the recording.
The recording is started. Thank you.
Thank you. I am, of course, Lynn Peterson, Metro Council President. Thank you for being here today. I'm going to declare a quorum and call the Metro Council and MERC joint meeting to order. Georgia, will you please call the roll for attendance?
Yes. Councilor Simpson?
Good morning, President.
Councilor Wong?
Present.
Councilor Gonzalez?
Present.
Councilor Rosenthal? And then Chair Kara Stoudemire Phillips will be here shortly. And Commissioner Damian Hall?
Present.
Commissioner Deidre Chris Rousseff? Here. Commissioner Chris Oxley will be joining us shortly. Commissioner Daniel Milan Gonzalez?
Present.
Commissioner Deanna Palm?
Here.
And Council President Peterson?
Here.
And Councilors Mary Nolan and Christine Lewis and Commissioner Pendleton are excused today.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us for the workshop with the Metro Council and the MERC. It's great to see so many people interested in this topic. I want to start with a thank you to the MERC commissioners that are here for accommodating today's joint workshop and their meeting schedule, and for joining us here at Metro Regional Center. Today's meeting is an exciting opportunity for Council and MERC to develop a shared understanding of public-private development partnerships. And what we've been saying is actually P4, including philanthropy. Particularly in today's economic climate, it's important for us as government leaders to thoroughly and thoughtfully explore all types of partnerships in our work so that we can get stuff done, right? We don't want to let any perceived barriers get in our way. We want to make sure that we understand all of our options. The Expo Futures team has arranged this workshop to highlight the benefits of a P4. And it's going to be one tool that Metro can utilize to further the Expo Future vision as well as other things in our future. This past winter, Council and MERC received that community-driven vision, and we directed staff by resolution to pursue this vision and bring forward criteria for a potential P4 by June 30th. I know the Council and MERC colleagues are also excited about future possibilities. Today we will learn more about this development model and position ourselves to evaluate proposed criteria. And again, this work is not just limited to Expo. The information and tools presented today can benefit projects across our agency in building a better region. I was going to hand it off to Chair Stoudemire Phillips, but she's not here. We can ask her to weigh in somewhere else in the agenda. So I will turn it over to Paul Slyman, our project sponsor for this project. Thank you.
Well, good morning. My name is Paul Slyman, as Council President Peterson said, and I'm on Metro staff. And I want to thank you for making time for this today. We do have a very ambitious day ahead of us. You received the agenda through email. We didn't print a bunch of copies because we like to stay flexible that way, but some of you might have the agenda in front of you. We're not going to do introductions of the entire gallery today because that would go through a lot of time, but please use those name tents in front of you so that you're familiar to the speakers and they can call on you by name. Also, it is open seating. And so we've encouraged everyone to sit at a table. A lot of what you get out of this workshop will be the conversations you have amongst each other at the tables. We have asked the Metro staff to hold off on filling the tables until all our elected appointed officials and guests. So if you see an empty seat, we're past 10:30, so go ahead and fill it if you're otherwise waiting for someone else. A little bit about today's workshop. We can't thank the Association for Improvement of American Infrastructure, AIAI, enough for doing this. You're going to meet them throughout the morning. I was first acquainted with them a year ago at a conference and found that the more that Metro talks about P3s, the more we need to learn. And so you're going to hear from experts on P3s today, and particularly we have a great lunchtime speaker in Gary Barth from Clackamas County. Gary, who's here. Thank you so much, Gary. I've seen Gary's presentation, and we have so much to learn from what Gary and Clackamas County did for their courthouse. A little bit about who's in the room, since we're not doing introductions. First of all, if you're with a public sector entity, could you just raise your hand so we know who's in the room there? If you're from the waste and recycling industry, just let us know who's here from waste and recycling industry. Okay, thanks. If you're in the design, the architecture, the building world, if you could let us know who's here. Okay, that's great. That's great to see all of you here today. And then anyone from like the trades, union organization, those sorts of things? Okay. All right. Well, thank you all.
It's a big hand.
Thank you all for being here. We also have an online audience as well. And at some point, you'll be able to see their faces on the screen for those that registered. This is a public meeting, and so a recording of today's workshop will be available online after this, and Georgia can give you all the details for those sorts of things. There are microphones at the tables. When you ask a question, we'll ask that you use those microphones. You don't have to touch them. Georgia controls them, so right now we're not like secretly recording the conversations that are at your tables, unless Georgia has that skill. But otherwise, she will turn them on and off. You just need to make sure that they're pointed to the person that's speaking. Since we have an ambitious agenda, our presenters will sort of read the room and manage when you need a break. You know that we'll have a break right around noon for a working lunch, and lunch will be served outside. But in between now and when those breaks happen, if you need to use the restroom or make a phone call, the restrooms are right outside. You pass them almost as you came in. So please, make yourself comfortable because we do have a lot of content to cover. It is important to point out that our Metro Council and our MERC Commission won't be making decisions today. Today's workshop is about learning about public-private partnerships. And so they'll be taking all this content in as they not only think about the future of the Expo Center, but the Garbage and Recycling Systems Facility Plan and many other major decisions that are before them. And then lastly, if you're online and you can hear me, if you have questions, just use the raise your hand command, and Georgia will make sure that our presenters get a chance to ask you or answer your questions during the course of today's training. I think I've covered everything, so I'd like to move forward with getting Thomas Sherman here. Thomas has been a wonderful ally for us in learning more about P3s. He presently serves as the Director of Public Sector Initiatives and Programming at AIAI, and I'll turn it over to Thomas, and then he'll let you know the rest of the AIAI speakers today. Thank you. Thomas?
G'day everyone, my name's Thomas Sherman, and I actually just remembered that I got a promotion. Now I'm the Director of Education and Advisory for the US for AIAI, so thank you all for coming today. I always like to say this is step one in your P3 journey, trying to understand how we can use the power of the P3 model to be able to deliver critical assets, complicated assets. There's one thing that we always like to premise as we start this conversation is that the P3 model is not the right model for all of your problems. So it is a tool in the toolbox, and as we go through this conversation today, we're going to be talking about how the P3 model can be used to be able to execute potentially your portfolio of projects here that you've identified. We've got some great presenters today. I'm not going to get into and introduce them straight away. They're going to introduce themselves as they come up and talk to the slide deck today. As we want to level set a little bit here, just a quick show of hands. Who knows what a P3 is? Just a quick show of hands here. Excellent. So as we go through today, I want everyone to be able to raise their hands towards the end of the day. And hopefully, we're going to ask this question at the end of the day is, how has your interpretation and definition of a P3 change, because what we find when we come to public owners like yourselves and we talk about the P3 model, the perception of what a P3 model is usually changes throughout the day. One key thing that we want to talk about today, and one of the big learning experiences that's going to come out of this, is that a P3 is actually a financing tool. It's not a funding tool here. So that's a very important concept that we're really going to dive into today as well. We love questions, all right? So we can only answer your questions if you ask them. We want this to be as interactive as possible. And we're also going to be having some, oh, you're asking this? Oh, that's all right. I'm not a professor. So even though I teach, I don't like standing behind one of these, so sorry about that. So as we go through today, I want questions. We need questions. We want to be able, for you guys to be able to exit this room today, understanding the power of the P3 model, how it's applied, but more importantly is how does it apply to you? And remember, this is the first step in your P3 journey as we go through. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to our first presenter, Tom, and he's going to introduce himself, and we're going to dive straight into this. Before that, any quick questions? Any quick questions before we dive in? All right, not seeing anything? All right, thank you all for being here, and it's going to be a fantastic day. Tom.
Organized here. I haven't been behind a podium for a while, so bear with me. My name is Tom Ness. I work for Accenture as part of our infrastructure and capital projects practice. I lead our national P3 and alternative delivery practice for Accenture. I've worked in P3s and alternative delivery for about 20 years, starting with the city of Chicago a long time ago in the mayor's office, and then having roles in various engineering and technical firms throughout the years, and have really worked on a lot of different P3s. My specialty is really the procurement side of technical advisory, and it's airports and courthouses, worked with Gary once, universities, transit, and lots of different asset classes. So very happy to be here today, and if we could start the slides. Am I controlling? Apologize. Sorry. So we'll start with the possibilities of a P3. And if you have any questions, please feel free to raise your hand or speak along the way, and we'll answer your questions. So in talking about P3, it's nice to see that everybody, or most people here, have some knowledge of P3. In talking about P3s today, we're really going to be focusing on what is called a DBFOM. You'll hear that term a few times, and that's design, build, finance, operate, and maintain. And that's the structure that we're talking about today. That is really leveraging private sector investment and innovation to advance projects. Sorry. Why should you consider a P3? Alternative delivery allows governments to consider a range of options that offer resilient and long-term solutions to their infrastructure challenges. Adopting the P3 model allows city leaders to provide safe, secure, and modern communities, and creating a legacy of equity, innovation, and value. And it's really ideal if you want to access capital, if upfront capital is needed or access to capital is needed upfront, and you want to ensure that the asset, whatever it might be, a building or a different type of structure, is maintained to a high standard over the term of agreement. Typically, P3 agreements are about 30 years. And with a P3, you do have that guarantee contractually that the operator or the P3 developer will be maintaining that asset to a very high standard that you set in advance over the period of the contract. Any questions? Okay. Commonly used terms you'll hear a lot of. I won't go through all of these, but you'll hear availability payment, that'll be talked more, value for money analysis, which is an important analysis that's done as part of determining if a P3 is right. To Thomas's point, P3 is one way to do a project. It's not the only way, but we feel it's very important that you look at all delivery methods as part of the analysis so you can ensure that you're choosing the right delivery method as part of the project. Really, all asset classes, this is not an exhaustive list, but they've been used successfully in all of these asset classes that you see on the screen, as well as we're seeing more and more innovation centers or districts are becoming more and more common, as well as sports and entertainment facilities. I'm seeing more and more hitting the mark. There's a couple on the market right now that are looking at the opportunity to have private investment come in and help catalyze sports and entertainment districts. And I think that could be relevant for the project that you're thinking about here. Advantages of a P3 really are, you know, I'll say, we're going to say this many times. I'm sorry.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, sure.
You want me to use the mic?
Yeah,
Could you go back one slide?
yeah.
So, more and more digital public infrastructure is becoming an asset that needs to be managed in the city.
Right.
And the assets that you're talking about here are procured in a particular way that is, you know, applicable to roads and bridges, big assets.
Right.
It's not really applicable to digital public infrastructure. Oh, thank you, just once. It's not really applicable to purchasing digital public infrastructure, which needs to be done in a somewhat agile way, needs to be progressed over time. And we see a lot of very difficult procurements, and we could probably name some of them here nationally and in the state, that result from trying to use procurement methods that procure physical assets for digital infrastructure.
Right.
Do you, I just noticed that digital infrastructure is not listed here, which may be appropriate since it's in all of those categories, but do you have mechanisms you're going to be able to cover today how P3s could apply to digital public infrastructure?
I'm having a little trouble hearing you, I'm sorry.
Oh.
Repeat the question.
Is everybody having difficulty hearing? I'm talking about digital public infrastructure. So the methods that are used to buy bridges and roads are in many cases not really applicable to digital public infrastructure. Right. And I'm wondering if you're going to cover digital public infrastructure today as a P3 opportunity to improve the way in which we go after digital public infrastructure.
I think it's certainly something worth exploring. I don't really have any particular comments on digital infrastructure per se, but we see, you know, the evolution of it's evolving every day, and the innovation is occurring every day, and we're seeing more and more, you know, data centers, other types of things. But as far as, you know, certainly bringing in digital and more technology into P3s is part of the future of P3s, I believe, and we'll see that expanding over time as folks look for, you know, additional opportunities not only to invest in infrastructure but also to build infrastructure.
Yeah, so we just happen to have Plenary in the room, which has done a lot of digital infrastructure, P3. So we're going to hand over to introduce yourself and then.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, good morning. So Will Gorham, VP Business Development and Partnering for Plenary. We are a P3 developer, have done 50 plus projects in North America, runs the gamut of asset types, including digital infrastructure. To clarify a little bit, or I guess get a more specific question, answer to your question. Are you thinking about the physical kind of infrastructure needed for, you know, managing and delivering public data, or is it the kind of digital, ethereal kind of digital, you know, data itself?
Probably a bit of both. I mean, when you start the procurement process with a requirements analysis that might take 18 months to 2 years, and then you go through a bid process, you're already 3 years in. In that time frame, whatever you were planning in the digital infrastructure 3 years earlier is probably out of date and probably problematic. And that's before you even start the development work. So the idea that we start to think about using things like IDIQs to get a body of people who can gradually improve the digital infrastructure over time seems to be the right way to go, but we're not doing it anywhere.
Yeah.
And so we end up with quite heavy failures on digital infrastructure deployment, you know, at the city level, at the state level, at the federal level. And I think the feds are starting to move, but there's a huge opportunity here for cities and states to move much more rapidly with something that's very much a P3 infrastructure to do this kind of stuff.
Yeah, you're touching on a few important points here, and you know, I think if you take away anything from the workshop today, it's the point that, you know, P3 delivery isn't right for everything. First, but also there are different flavors of P3 delivery that can kind of address the issue of getting infrastructure delivered quickly and addressing immediate needs. And I think we can, you know, look at some of those different models in different slides here later in the presentation of the workshop. But, you know, fundamentally, you know, it's the distinction between, you know, some easy kind of quick to deliver infrastructure that may be small scale, maybe not appropriate for P3 delivery. But, you know, if you look at digital assets like conduit and middle mile broadband infrastructure, there are P3 delivery models that have been successful in the US that I think are applicable for, you know, those kind of infrastructure elements. But again, you know, you get to the specifics about how you deliver that efficiently. You know, there's the whole flavor of different kind of digital pieces and you know, data centers and, you know, middle mile infrastructure, municipal broadband networks, cellular, you know, emergency networks. I think all of those have been explored as, you know, being delivered with P3 delivery. So it has been done, and I think it'd be interesting to explore that.
Yeah, I know. I agree with you that if the digital infrastructure is only a small component of the asset that you're purchasing, like, you know, putting you know, meters on a water system,
Yeah.
that needs to go through that process and often is fairly static. I'm talking about things like the ways in which we deliver social and municipal services, right?
Yeah.
Where the user interface and the efficiency with which people can complete those tasks is critical, and you can't just wait 3, 4, 5 years to see improvements in those systems. And it's quite technically possible to do it, but the procurement processes that we use for these things get in the way, and we need to understand that. Yeah. And so we end up with these huge expenses that don't produce the results we want, and often upset our citizens because they don't deliver what they expect, what they get when they go with commercial solutions. So
Absolutely.
I was just hoping somewhere here today we could spend a little bit of time on how P3s could help us in that area.
Totally agree. My last comment on it is you're hitting on another point I think that is probably one of the best takeaways from the discussion here is changing the way that government approaches, you know, its responsibility, which is delivery and provision of services to taxpayers and to citizens, and thinking about projects not from, you know, how we define the kind of individual elements. It's defining outcomes and getting performance-based approaches to delivering and managing our public infrastructure. Yeah.
So that's a very good question. And as we go through this, one of the key takeaways, and we're going to be going through this in the slide deck here, is that proper planning, regardless of the procurement type, sets you up for success. So as we go through, we're going to be looking at how we're going to be able to walk into that procurement decision. So, okay. Tom.
Yeah, I would add one comment to that, which is that if the planning takes too long, it negates the value, and that was sort of part of the issue. If it takes 2 years to do a requirements document before you can do any work, then the digital infrastructure is probably not doing the right thing. So we do have to figure out how to plan in smaller pieces and move much more rapidly on this digital infrastructure space.
Thank you. Sorry. So advantages, talking a little bit about advantages of a P3 from both perspectives, on the public side as well as the private side. We'll say this many times. First and foremost, the public sector retains ownership of the asset. P3s are not privatization. You're not letting go. You know, it's a contractual agreement, 30 years, performance standards that we talked about that are all predetermined as part of the procurement process. So should you proceed with a P3, all of the performance standards are drafted in advance. They're negotiated with the private entity and accepted as part of the binding contract. It can certainly accelerate project delivery. I think especially over traditional design bid build, having that that integration of the design builder working together as well as the O&M provider working together as part of a cohesive team can really accelerate the project and bring a lot of value and innovation to the project. And I believe reduce costs as part of that. And, you know, more importantly, this is kind of a positive, I wouldn't say negative, but the life cycle maintenance is maintained over time. Sometimes in government, under a P3 construct, they're going to be required to operate and maintain to that certain level, whereas if it was, up to the government per se, you might make decisions, budgetary decisions where we're going to forego that. And that's why we have such a large deferred maintenance problem in a lot of our infrastructure, is really those hard decisions about, where to allocate our resources and funds. But under a P3, they're going to be built into that agreement. And I see that as a positive. On the private sector side, they're looking for investing long-term, right? So they're gonna put in equity on the project and looks like we'll keep that equity into the project for the entire term of the agreement and provide private finance and more importantly, it's a very proven method, and we're seeing more and more equity providers entering into the market that want to be part of P3s as they emerge across the country. I talked about this a little bit already, but traditional design bid build, which I think is probably common and done up in this area. I know I'm an Oregon resident, it's done a lot in Oregon. It's typically low bid, and O&M is, left to, you put your bid out for design, and then you take that design and you put it out for construction, and the O&M remains your responsibility, whereas in a P3, as I've already discussed, that responsibility is shifted over to the private sector, and we're going to talk a little bit more about that throughout the presentation. Of other benefits to a P3, schedule discipline, the price certainty, which is really important. You see that in design build as well, but the bid you get when you received your bids is that. The price is not going to change. So from a budgetary perspective, you're going to know what the price is on day one and we'll talk about availability payments later as well. You're going to know, you'll have budget certainty throughout the contract term. And really, I think we've talked about these already a little bit. We'll talk about them more, but there's many benefits to a P3 and consideration of a P3 as one type of delivery method. It's, essentially a P3 is a design and construction financing and operation and maintenance partnership. There's a fair amount of risk sharing involved and negotiation along the way and it's really shifting risk to the party that is most able to manage that risk, and that's kind of a nuanced negotiation and process through the procurement period. It's a long-term life cycle approach that guarantees performance. So if you will be ensured that the HVAC systems on a building are going to be maintained to a high standard and replaced throughout the term, right? There'll be performance metrics built into the contract where you might say, and they're typically performance-based specifications to allow for innovation. You might say, we want the room to be a temperature of 70 degrees plus or minus 2. We don't care how you do it, but to the extent that it's not, there can be deductions made to the payments on the contract. And that kind of ensures high performance from the part of the O&M provider as part of the contract. Any questions? What it is not, as I mentioned before, it is not privatization. It's not a short-term contract. These are long-term contracts with that you can certainly, I suppose, get out of, sort of, but it would be an expensive proposition to do that, but they are long-term contracts. And they're definitely not a funding solution because it's not, as we'll say many times, it's not free money. The investor is going to want to see a return on their investment over the course of the contract. But they do provide that advantage, especially up front, if you don't have the resources where they can outlay the capital immediately to catalyze the development of the project. But they need to be paid back, which is pretty obvious. And, as we've said, it's not for every project. Part of the analysis that you need to go through, as I mentioned before, is looking at every type of your project goals, what it is, and then kind of maybe qualitatively analyzing what is the best way to deliver the project looking at a traditional design bid build maybe, or a CMAR, or many of the other types of delivery, or ultimately a P3. Yeah.
What ROI are the partners generally looking for? Do you have a range on that, or does it differ by projects?
We'll talk to this guy. I think Will can answer that as a
All right, good question. It totally depends on the asset, it depends on the investors, it depends on the structure of the deal. So it's hard to give kind of a generic answer to that. And, again, one of the kind of points of the workshop here is to explore different ways of structuring deals, whether the developer is taking revenue risk, user risk, any sort of kind of leasing risk from the market, versus whether the owner, public agency is retaining that. Whether, it's an asset that is non-revenue generating at all versus, a revenue generating asset. Lenders, what kind of investors are looking and comfortable with that kind of asset class? And, is there a longer term deal? Is it a shorter term deal? All of those kind of variables and more will affect what kind of return private investors will be looking for.
Just a question, during the course of the day, will you be able to present examples of jurisdictions that have had the best practices of implementing P3? Because that would be helpful to us to really see that in action.
Yeah, we're going to provide several examples of projects across the country of different asset types. And I think we can certainly, I don't know that it's part of the presentation directly, but we can speak to agencies that have more mature systems. Certainly Canada, Virginia, I believe Thomas worked for Virginia DOT as well. But we can share best practices that we've come across as part of the workshop today, absolutely. Yeah, there isn't a kind of a unified way to do a P3 in the US, and that's something that we've been looking for a long time, is some sort of standardization. Everybody kind of goes their own route, but there are offices across the country that have had a lot of success, that have built up P3 offices within their organization, really understand the model, and have delivered on that. So, and we're hoping to see more of that in the future.
Yeah, and following a bit on that, I think Thomas set it up pretty well, that this is, the first step in a journey of learning, the best practices. A lot of the best practices are in fact kind of included or inherent in some of the presentation discussion here. But I will say, AI is an excellent resource for that secondary, tertiary kind of level of education on what are best practices as well, so.
I think we've already talked about this. They're not free money. Criteria for viable P3 projects. Obviously, there has to be some sort of enabling legislation, which there is in the state of Oregon. And there are, I don't know the number now, but most states have some sort of legislation on the books. There's also home rule authority for certain governments over a certain size that have enabling legislation to do these projects. So they're under home rule, excuse me. So, but that's something early on you want to determine is, do we have the legal authority to do this, right? The project size is important. I don't want to keep turning everything over to Will, but there is kind of a size involved here that traditionally it's been, 100 million plus, maybe a little bit lower at times. But what's important to remember is, there's a fair amount of fees that come with that, advisory fees and certainly pursuit costs on the equity investors of the P3 entities want to ensure, they're going to be spending a lot of money pursuing your deal, so they want to make sure that it's of that size that meets with their risk profile and their kind of portfolio of work that they're looking for as part of the transaction. Performance characteristics we talked about as well, those are built into the project, but these are really all kind of important things to consider as you're looking at a P3. Yeah, we'll cover more, through detail. I think we'll cover a little bit more of this information later in the presentation. So there are it's not an exhaustive list, but there are 10 kind of key success factors that AIAI has come up with respect to P3. And first and foremost would be a vision. And it's really critical to get that up front. What are you trying to do and how do you want to accomplish it? Making sure that everybody is on the same page as to what the project is, the project definition, ensuring that you have agreement and reach consensus with stakeholders as well and your project team. That's a really critical first step in developing a P3 is ensuring that you're aligned, you're mission aligned on the project. And, how you measure success along the way is very important as well. And project champion is crucial. There has to be somebody, this could be a government official, this could be staff, but you have to have, in undertaking a P3, it's a full-time job and you really need a project champion or champions to drive the project forward. Gary here, he was one of many, including some elected officials on the Clackamas County Courthouse, but it's really integral that and important that you designate a project champion that has the authority to drive the project forward, brief council, brief staff, and is empowered to make decisions along the way, to manage the consultants and the overall, fundamentally a strong project manager that is dedicated exclusively, depending on the size of the project, to the P3 project. Certainly elections come into play. We've all seen that where there's been turnover, so maintaining continuity is really important. I think if there's an election coming up or there's new elected officials, it's very important. I mean, this is obvious to brief them on the project, get them to understand what you're doing, why you're doing it, and get them on board as well, because elections will happen oftentimes right in the middle of your project. And commitment, again, similar to the other thing, just commitment from the organization, working with, a lot of times, the procurement is a little bit different, so you want to ensure that your procurement team is on board with the kind of different way that P3s are done. It's just, and again, it's just a different type of project delivery, but you want to make sure that staff and everybody is brought along the way and everybody is on board. For the community, it's, really them understanding the project updates. I always see great success in project updates and websites, and we do that with a lot of capital projects, right? We have description of the project and then regular updates, so folks know what's going on as part of the process. It's really important. I know Clackamas had that project page that was updated on a regular basis, showing everybody the status of the project, and that's important to ensure that the community is aware of what's going on as part of the process. Communication, it's important to communicate not just to the public and your immediate stakeholders, but also I think it's important to communicate as part of the procurement process with potential bidders or equity investors in the project that you have done your homework, that you've done your due diligence, you've done the value for money assessment, which we're going to talk about a little bit more, that you've done risk, that you've kind of checked the boxes and you're going to market with a project that is pretty much fully baked, because you're kind of competing for their attention, to ensure that they are interested in bidding on your project. And that's vitally important. Funding, critical, as I've said a few times, it's not free money. So budgetarily, you want to ensure that you have the funding or available resources to pay the P3 entity back. And typically that comes from your operating budget. So, and that's part of that. And I'm not a financial advisor, but that's part of the calculus that is done by a financial advisor, is working with your budget office and your leaders to see what can you afford, especially for 30 years, because you're going to be locked into that payment over a long period of time. So you want to ensure that you have the ability to make those payments along the way. And then certainly as part of that, really exhaust, there's some kind of changes and happenings going on with respect to federal funding and even state funding for that matter, but looking at all of the available funding that could be utilized for the project is important as well. Lots of projects that I've worked on in the past were a combination of, private equity, grants, loans, federal loans, whatever it might be, to make the economics of the project work. So it's important to do that analysis as well.
Could you speak closer to the?
Oh, I see. Yeah, sorry. Experience too, and I think it's important for not only staff to have an understanding of P3, and I think attending workshops like this is excellent for you to learn a little bit more, and AIAI is an excellent resource for you to learn more about kind of non-biased opinions about P3, and the organization is always willing to help, but also ensuring that any consultants that you would hire to assist in the project, and that's typically a financial advisor, a technical advisor, and a legal advisor, you want to ensure that they have experience as well in P3 to ensure that the project is, the procurement phase and subsequent phases are expedited and moving along, at a good pace. Staff and time. Again, like the Project Champion that I mentioned, I think it involves others. When I worked in government, it was one lesson learned that I had is I worked on a lot of large public-private partnership transactions that were quite complicated and stacks of paper of these agreements, but it was, I had a pretty small staff. So I think you want to make sure that you have more than just one person managing the contract after completion, because they are complex, right? And also make sure that staff amongst, government understands the agreement and what's in it and so on and so forth, so they can make decisions that are in support of the long-term success of the project. And value, again, we talked about value for money, and we'll talk about that a little bit more, but just ensuring that, that it provides value to the greater community and to the government at large is vitally important. And then ending really with innovation, we have found that, like I spoke about earlier, allowing the private sector, the design builder in particular, to bring innovation to the project is very important. So we try not to be, as a technical advisor, overly prescriptive. I use that analogy about heat, but there's many, many others. Not overly prescriptive of this is exactly what we need. It's more kind of an output based, give me a 30-year roof, give me that temperature that I talked about earlier. You guys figure out how to do it. That can really help with cost and foster innovation and speed to the project. You don't want to be overly prescriptive in your contract documents, in your technical specifications. And that's a lesson I've learned for sure. That is the end of my piece. Does anybody have any? Yeah.
Just a quick question. You mentioned in number 5 or 6, communication, and you referenced, you want to make sure the project is fully baked.
Right.
Like as part of, like one of the outcomes I think for me today is to understand what you mean by fully baked. Is that in design? Is it in concept? Is it in, but like what fully baked really looks like so that you can have the most seamless process from a P3 engagement?
I think it's doing all of your financial due diligence and the analysis that would occur as part of that, as well as your technical requirements, risk assessment, specification writing, your contract documents, your RFQ, your RFP. All of those are kind of written in advance of taking it to the market, and everybody, all of your stakeholders are on board with what that process is.
So that would also, I guess, does that mean it's also fully designed at that point?
Well, typically, there isn't a lot of design in a P3. I think, again, if we talk to a building, in my experience, we're leaving the design to the developer, but what we would provide would be blocking and stacking, room data sheets, adjacency indices, maybe a kind of schematic level design, depending on what the project is, but advancing design is typically done by the developers and most certainly approved by the government entity as part of that process. But it isn't like in a design bid build where you would complete the design and then hand that off for bid. You really want to have, again, the integrated design build and O&M team advancing the design to maximize value and innovation. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does, thank you. I guess what I'm hearing is like, you don't want to be too far. You don't want to get, you want to allow, as part of the partnership, for that, for iteration, I guess, in some respect, but also have enough data to understand the scope and scale and what's needing to be financed, so that it feels like a bit of a sweet spot somewhere.
Right. And another part of the technical analysis would be a cost estimate too, that your technical advisors would provide a cost estimate, you know, at a high level, so you have an order of magnitude of what the project is going to cost before you bring it to the market.
Thank you.
When the P3 is established, is there an oversight situation where the ongoing engagement is reviewed on a regular basis? Would that oversight be within the public sector? Would it be a new triumvirate that was created between the public, private, and community? What's your experience with existing P3s?
I think Gary can talk a little bit about Clackamas as well during his presentation, but there's certainly oversight as part of the design and construction process, right? That can be an independent engineer. It can be, you could agree with a private entity on hiring an independent engineer to oversee the construction of the project. But there's, you know, the project agreement or contract that you have is kind of rife with reporting requirements that you would expect to see over the course of the term. But that monitoring, so to speak, is done through, some of it's self-reporting on their part, but there is an ongoing checks and balances and monitoring process throughout the contract period, through design and construction, as well as through the O&M period.
Thanks.
Yeah, I can jump in really quick on that one also. From a developer's perspective, thank you. From a developer's perspective, we certainly, we need you as a public sector to be there, and you know what the transition is from a doer to an overseer really role, is that you are engaged on a consistent basis and making sure that we are meeting our obligations as the private party, but that contract that we are being held to is extensive, and it's then your responsibility to make sure that we're meeting those obligations. So we, in every deal that we've ever done, there are strict reporting requirements, typically on a monthly basis or more, to ensure that we are meeting every kind of letter of the rule, and that's how we get our return.
Excellent. I think this is a great conversation as we're going through, and I just want to address your question a little bit further about design. Like, one of the key cornerstones of a P3 is innovation. So who are the architects in the room here? Yeah, so you want to be able to think and be able to design the most efficient solution possible. So if you come in too constrictive on what you want built, right, sometimes you lose that innovation. So that's one thing that you got to keep in mind here, is that a P3 is also an innovative tool here. So you can get more out of the model from that perspective. And then to addressing the concept about oversight, yes, this is a living, breathing contract. This could be 20, 30 years in length. So you need to be able to structure yourselves as an owner to be able to provide that oversight, because there's obligations on you as well as the obligations on the private sector to be able to live up to the four corners of that contract. So yes, it is a partnership. We've got to look at it from that partnership, and that the partnership starts from day one. You're starting that partnership journey today as we're here talking to you about your projects, and this is that first step in that journey. So we're going to hand it over now to talk about project readiness, which I think is a great transition as we go into the next section before lunch.
Hang on, there's one more question on Zoom.
Oh, one more question on Zoom. Look out.
Katie McDonald, if you'd like to start asking your question now, we should be able to hear you.
Thank you. My question is a follow-up to the last several questions that have just been asked about how baked a project needs to be, like how far into design, how you provide oversight, and what the roles and responsibilities are. Can you speak a little bit about how a public agency might manage all of those things when the intended project that the P3 is intended to deliver is a culturally specific or a culturally affiliated project where the private parties that might step forward might not be affiliated or belong to the specific cultures that you're intending to integrate into the project. I'm wondering, how far do you get into design recommendations to ensure that the outcome of the project is respectful and inclusive and reflective of the culturally specific partners that a public agency is intending to bring in, without being so prescriptive that it stifles opportunities for innovation in design and project delivery?
Yeah, that's a fantastic question. I've got clients out there. The association has clients out there in Hawaii and Alaska, so we run into this question a lot. And it all comes down to understanding the communities that are impacted by this project and getting everyone at the table at the same time. That's very important as you go through this journey. You can't leave anyone behind. Everyone is impacted by a P3, just like anyone's impacted by public works, public development from that perspective. Bringing those communities in, those stakeholders. So when you go through and looking at stakeholder mapping, you've really got to critically analyze the soup to nuts, the top to bottom here. Who is going to be impacted by this project, and what role do they play? What role do they play in the planning? And identifying them early in the process allows your private partner to understand their importance as well. So that's a fantastic question. Will?
Yeah. Kind of one other comment. It's a great question. And I think one of the ways that we would address some of those specific, culturally specific or, context specific questions is, there are maybe elements of the project that you are more focused on a performance kind of outcome-based approach. You say, we want this outcome. We don't necessarily care how you get there. But there are other elements that maybe are very important to be defined up front, and you then can set those parameters for respondents to respond to. So it kind of follows on from Thomas's point here, where as long as you've done the proper preparation and engagement with the stakeholders that are going to be impacted by this project, you can define those elements in a procurement process that ideally gets you an outcome that leaves room for innovation in the areas that you'd like to leave it open, and defines more strict kind of responses in areas that you don't.
Hi, everyone. I'm here to talk a little bit about really what we've just been answering questions on, P3 readiness. That might be clicking forward, maybe not. Okay, let's jump to the first slide. But before we get into that, I'm Christine Reynolds. I'm a partner at Orrick, Harrington, and Sutcliffe. We have offices here in Portland and Seattle, and globally, we are nationally the nation's leading public finance bond council, as well as the leading P3 infrastructure team. So we partner together at Orrick and with our clients, both governmental clients like Metro, who we help pass your GO bond for affordable housing, to clients like Plenary and DC when they're delivering P3 projects. So we work both on the governmental owner side as well as the sponsor and developer side, and we work with AIAI as a outside counsel to help make sure that all of our clients are educated in the P3 process and try to bring a 360-degree view to the process for everyone that's involved. Because as Thomas said, the community that is, or the stakeholders interested in these processes and ultimate projects need to be involved and engaged. And they do take a lot of effort up front to be ready to then hand off the project to your private developer partner to then deliver based on the criteria you as the public owner have set. So with that in mind, some of the initial considerations, as shown here on the screen, cover the gamut of legal authority, funding, O&M, schedule, risk, communication, stakeholder concerns, industry interest, and project readiness. It's a long laundry list, and really it's the same laundry list you're going to think of every time you're engaging in a capital project and you're thinking about how you're going to go about financing it, operating it, maintaining it, designing it if you're building something new, redesigning if you're trying to rehab something. So you have to, if you're getting ready to do a P3 or you're looking at any new project and deciding whether you're going to go the traditional route of what you know, your bread and butter of a traditional bond finance, and that really isn't always going to work. And more today, we're here because people are thinking about things creatively and differently. And that's taking the time that you're investing right now in learning and thinking about the creative process. So in Oregon, fortunately, you have broad legal authority to engage in these sort of transactions. And so your readiness does start with engaging in the legal analysis and, as we've already talked about, the funding and availability analysis to make sure that you have an idea of what the project's going to cost and how you're going to repay any debt associated with that, whether it be through P3 or any other structure. You don't just get to build the project and then the money will come. Unfortunately, it's the other way around. You have to know where your financing is going to come from to support the capital program you're trying to advance. So part of that is, of course, knowing what you want and establishing these clear goals and criteria, because as you go through the P3 process, you're going to be doing a lot more upfront thinking to then engage with a private sponsor and developer to help deliver the project. So you're gonna, as we were talking about just a few minutes ago, be setting those parameters in enough specificity that when you put out your procurement to find your partners, you're giving them information about the project and what they need to do, but without providing too many constraints so that you aren't directing them and effectively, doing all of their work for them. The reason you're looking for a partner is because you want someone to help you deliver the project and to take it on for you, so you can be the beneficiary of it, but free up some of your time and resources also for other things while you have a partner involved helping you to deliver on an important community asset. So as you are evaluating and getting to know what you want to be sure you have also engage the right advisors. And part of that is because, again, the upfront process to go through and get a procurement in place to engage with your private partner is knowing what you need to put in that RFP to make sure you're getting the right responses and that you have a meeting of the minds so that when the time comes to hand off to your sponsor developer partner, that they have the information, that that contract is established, and that the information is out there so you're getting good responses and you're using your own time effectively and you're using your private partner's time effectively. So when you do that, you really do need to go through and engage a few different advisors than maybe what you've been used to following, historic patterns, and you need to do that in an upfront process. You need to be sure to, I'll be self-interested here for a moment, to engage legal counsel that understands the procurement process, understands the contract that you're going to be developing with your private partner, and understands how to help facilitate that in an effective way. And knowing that these processes can take a while, being respectful of that time and commitment is important, but also someone that's not going to be dragging your feet and creating more complications where they don't need to be. That also comes in the form of making sure you've got the right technical and financial team members to help you evaluate and understand your financial metrics and the metrics of the delivery of the project that are important. So again, that RFP that goes out is specific and detailed enough, but isn't already doing someone's job, and finding that right chicken and egg balance is tricky. But to do that, you not only need to hire the right external advisors, internally, you need to be sure that everyone is at the table, and that's not just C-suite folks, commissioners, electeds, but it's also your capital planning folks, your finance folks, and then the folks that are going to be involved in, who would otherwise be operating and maintaining and working on these projects. Don't leave people out of the room. We have had really interesting and cool projects that could have been delivered, but key stakeholders internally at the government sponsor were sometimes left out of the room. In one instance that I can think of really recently, finance was not in the room for a really long time. And the capital planning and real estate folks thought they had it all together, which is great. And then vice versa on another one. everybody has a component of knowledge in your organization that's critical to delivering a project when you're the one running it soup to nuts. And those same people need to be involved when you are looking for a new partner to help deliver that project. Everybody needs to be in the room and have a voice to make sure that all the information and knowledge that they have about the project and about where you're going to have the money to contribute to the project is coming from, and all of the needs are met. So you don't leave anybody out of the room, I think is the most important thing, and you all being here in the room is a great start to that process. And you want to continue to answer the participants' online question, fostering community and public outreach and trust by being sure you've engaged in thoughtful, well-directed community outreach as you've gotten to the right stage to develop your project, and maybe you're getting ready to issue that RFQ, doing so in a way that gets you the information that the community is concerned about so that you don't get too far out ahead and lose your community investment in the project and then start running into questions and headwinds after you've gone through and selected a private partner, and people then become skeptical because of the unknown and unfamiliarity of the process. Keeping the community engaged and aware of what you're doing through a thoughtful process will help you avoid pitfalls down the road.
Question?
Yes.
On the Expo project, setting aside waste or recycling projects for a minute, there have been a lot of sports facility operators that have talked to us about being our technical advisor on how to design the right kind of sports facility. Okay. They also would like to remain in the game to operate it as a partner in the future. Mm-hmm. Are there ways that both can happen? And the reason some of them aren't our technical advisor right now is because they don't want to preclude their opportunity down the road to actually compete for the potential operational offer.
Yeah, I think as a conflicts matter, it's a good question, and the short answer, which I'll let Will expand on, is yes, there are ways to effectively manage that process. How have we seen it done? Yeah,
so there's two different approaches. It's probably a good time to kind of jump into that. The traditional hard bid approach is you've defined your project up front, you get to about 30% design, you've specified what your outcomes are, you've set up all your kind of legal and funding kind of picture, you put it to market, and teams like ourselves have fully formed and will respond with a project proposal that if you're going to select us, we're off to the races and going to move forward. In a hard bid solution like that, there's probably complication with having someone come in that wants to be on both sides of the advisor and operator sides of the ledger. So in that circumstance, probably will not be possible. The other option is some of these more progressive models where what you're doing is selecting a developer or operator or entity that can help come in earlier and help define some of the scope of the project, the funding, maybe some of that 30% or a little bit farther design. And in that case, you can still kind of meet the competitive selection requirements, but what you're doing is selecting that operator to come in and help you define some of that. And you pay for that process and then eventually get to ideally the same sort of outcome of a long-term agreement. There are positives and negatives to both those approaches. So, yeah.
I've encountered that a lot too, and I think pre-development services and early planning could be a place there, but there are, you just don't want a bid challenge ultimately. If they have too much information because they were too involved in the planning process, you want to put this thing out to a competitive bid, you could run into trouble as part of the process, but I think it can be done.
Yeah, agreed.
It's just that transparency up front and kind of ring fencing what their initial scope of work is very important, just so they don't have a competitive advantage. Because there are folks that would, in sports facilities in particular, that are planners and that's what they want to do. They might not want to be the operator, right, or running the facility for you. So that's something to be cautious about, but not impossible.
Thanks, Paul. So I think all of this question was perfectly timed because it illustrates the importance of having a clearly defined process and making sure that you've taken into consideration a transaction structure and financing considerations, as well as all of that involves scheduling and understanding what your benchmarks for timing is with clear goals and an evaluation criteria. And you're going to be developing that based on the needs and vision you have for the project, what those benchmarks are that you see, and with the group of advisors that you've hired that are going to be on your side of the table throughout the transaction to help you develop out this structure for bringing in a private partner to the mix. And as Tom and Will were both alluding to, there's a lot of upfront time and investment spent, and so part of your early stage in having this clearly defined goals and a design process and understanding how you're going to have construction oversight is hiring the right team to begin with, and then making sure internally your team members that are going to be engaged on the project have a clear mandate for spending the time on that project. It's not going to happen overnight, and you're going to invest a lot of time and resources up front. And if you do the more progressive program development approach, then you may be talking to 2 or 3 different interested bidders at the same time as you're working to refine that, and that has upfront costs of time and can also involve upfront costs of capital outlay you're not going to just get all of the services for free. So understanding how you're going to budget from a cost perspective, both in time and financial resources, to get the right team together can be part of this early stage planning process. Again, all of this planning is looking to have a successful project, and really understanding what you're defining as the scope is critical, and picking a project that has a clear mandate and that you have a clear vision will help you succeed in delivering on that and doing exactly what you're doing today. Industry outreach, engaging with interested parties who have the expertise, talking with them informally about their experiences. I mean, you can just sort of check the box, you're done on a lot of that today by really engaging upfront in this process. But being open to innovation is really also why you're here, because you're doing something that is not what you've done before. You're going to deliver a project in a way you haven't really done before. A design bid build that you've already done 5 times over, and then you take it over and operate and maintain it from there. You know how to do that. You've done that successfully in other transactions. But here, if you're really looking to have a private partner in for the long term to help operate and maintain that, and help transfer some of the financial timing and risks to better align with what your needs are now, that requires being open to doing things differently. It's really easy to revert to well, we've never done it that way before, or we've always done it this way. You have to be ready to take a breath and make the leap into the unknown. And by hiring the right set of partners to be your developer and to be your legal counsel and guide and your technical and financial advisors, you really are going to invest that time up front with a good team to help you make sure that you're clicking on all of those boxes. The procurement process is going to, result in a head-to-head competition among different experienced team members that could be your best match for a developer partner, and you're going to want to make sure that in doing that process, it's clearly defined so that you are treating everyone fairly, so we're not having conflicts of interest, but that you're also getting good information out of that process. And then making sure on your side, once you have that information together, that you're getting out timely with responses back, refining the process, and moving forward to ensure that the overall process is effective. We keep talking about the procurement process, and so here it gives you sort of an outline of what that should look like from the stages of issuing the RFP through to the financial close. Now, in each of those, you're going to be, engaging with your side of the deal team to make sure that what's coming out from a procurement standpoint is clear and gives folks time to submit credentials. That procurement is going to be much more detailed and technical than what you have otherwise done on a lot of projects. And so it's going to be a very specialized financial and project delivery procurement. So while your procurement team at your agency is very skilled in what they do on a traditional basis, you're going to need to supplement that with folks that know this type of delivery structure and can help you develop out an RFQ that actually is asking for bids from folks that will ask people what you really need to be asking them and not reverting back to a traditional, process that you're otherwise using for your design build projects or, your delivery of fleet vehicles or whatever it might be. This is a different structure, and so you need to be sure that that procurement process engages folks that are putting that out for your benefit, that it covers the information you need. And part of that is gonna also include usually some sort of project agreements that may be negotiated back and forth during that RFQ process. So again, a lot of the work that you might be used to doing at a later stage in some processes may be done more upfront during this RFQ stage, depending on how you structure that. And so you're gonna need to be willing to shift your timelines and expectation horizons to meet a different stage of the process. So that when you've actually selected your bidder and you're ready to do financial close, which can take a while as well, that you've really known that you've invested the time at each stage of the process to have a transparent and robust discussion with your potential partners, and that you reach a meeting of the minds when you've actually made that selection so that you can have a smooth transaction. And here's the timeline that lays on top of those stages of the process. So, right now you're maybe pre all of this market outreach, you're here getting your education process involved. And then once you have made a decision to really start pursuing this and selecting your team of folks that are going to assist you with the process, your technical, financial, and legal advisors that are going to be working with you throughout the course of the matter, you'll then be doing market outreach, maybe getting some of those soft introductions to folks that might be interested to, get some good conversation going, understanding from them some of the things they are seeing in other transactions that are similar, so that you have that market intel to be then developing out an RFQ that is responsive to your project needs and to what other folks are used to seeing in the market, so that you're not putting out something that isn't gonna actually be getting you responses back that are gonna help you deliver your process. Going through that RFP process can be an iterative process, and so it's going to take time, as I alluded to earlier. But then once that process gets to a close, you finally reach award and commercial close, so that you have a meeting of the minds, all the terms are agreed to, money may be changing hands at that point, operational systems may be changing hands. You reach a financial close after the award and commercial close, and this process can take a year, it can take 2 years. Earlier first stage projects, like some of the ones you may be thinking of, may take that 12 to 18 months, 2 years. But if you continue to use this model as part of your tools in your toolbox for delivery of projects, you may find that later on you have a better handle on the project that you need to do next. You can develop out this whole RFQ process more quickly, and you can reach a point where you're really going soup to nuts in 9 to 12 months instead of 12 to 18 months. So, repetition and familiarity breed efficiency. So it may be the case that, if this becomes something that you're comfortable with using and it turns out to be good value for the community projects, you can use it over and over again as one of a suite of financial and project delivery tools. And with that, question?
Well, I had a question on that last slide. Financial close, I'm assuming the 2 to 4 months following commercial close, most of that is sort of just document processing. But could you expand a little bit on the revenue risk concessions aspect?
Well,
in other words, do you have any specifics? And
yes.
How long that's likely to take?
Yeah, so the reason that might take longer is because your lenders that are lending into that kind of deal are going to be much more focused on the revenue component as well, which is outside of the purview of an availability payment model. So there are two different kind of key or core P3 approaches that you can either hand off or assign revenue responsibility to the private party, or you can retain that as a public agency. An availability payment model, that's where the public agency retains any sort of revenue generation responsibility. In a revenue risk model, that's where they're handing it to a private party, and often in those deals, the deal has to stand on its own with whatever revenue is generated, and therefore lenders are going to be much more focused on the revenue component in addition to papering the other contractual pieces. So it may take longer, it may take just as long.
Thomas, you want to close us out
Yeah,
before
close
a
it out.
bio break and lunch?
Yes, I am the last between us and lunch. So, quick questions here. So, elevation in knowledge of P3s. Are we there? We're getting there slowly. We're understanding that P3s are are a financing tool, not a funding tool. And it's all about that risk transfer. And also, the cornerstone to a good P3 is always going to be innovation. And I think the question over here we had was design and how far do we get through this process. It comes down to planning. If you don't know what you want out of this project, if you don't know what your stakeholders want out of this project, it's very hard for you to be able to communicate that to the private sector for them to be able to understand what you are trying to achieve. So as you go through this, keep in mind, what is the North Star? What are you trying to get out of this project? Who are you trying to, what's the problem to be solved? And I think once you start understanding that, then everything will start to fall into place a lot easier. We're going to pause here. We've got 10 minutes left before lunch. We can go to lunch early, but interested in any additional questions? Yes, ma'am.
A question I have, and you might be getting into this later, is are you going to go more into the financing and the risks and like success failure models versus traditional financing for municipalities?
Yeah, no, we're going to be touching on the economics around a P3 later in the class. Oh, sorry, not class, sorry. Later in the presentation. But as I said, this is part one of the journey. We're really setting that base here for us to be able to springboard off and continue to build on this. So we'll be touching on it probably at a high level, and then as we continue to progress through this, we'll start to unpeel that onion a lot more. So
thank you.
I think this is all really important information, theoretically, but I'm trying to wrap my head around what like a successful case study might be. Like, can you describe how this was applied in projects that you've seen? Just so I have some context around what the outcomes are.
Yeah, that's a fantastic question. Oh, so the question is, do we have any good examples of where this is, where the success is in the model? And the great thing is that we have a working lunch and we're going to be diving into those case studies during the lunch. So very timely, appreciate that. Yes, sir.
This is a follow-up to the question about conflict of interest, and maybe your legal brain will need to respond. If you were to bring, and we talked a little bit about sports, if you were to bring some sport consultants together to devise the questions that would go out to an RFQ, would the participants still be liable for a conflict of interest?
I'm going to get my lawyer.
Yeah, that's right.
That's I think the question, just let me repeat what I think is the question, is that if we go out to industry to help create questions around the project.
For the
RFQ, are we conflicting? My gut is probably no.
Yeah, I agree with that gut, Thomas. I think no is the answer there, but I think part of that is, if you're trying to solicit information from a wide array of potential partners, doing that through an RFI process where everyone has the same set of information of questions you're asking and has the opportunity on an equal basis to respond, that's what you want to be doing. And if in that process, you should also, as with any traditional procurement, be allowing time for the parties that you've sent the RFI to respond and say, well, do you really mean this or that in question 2? So that then when the ultimate responses come in, they're able to address questions effectively and really get to an answer that's going to help you.
And then when you issue the RFP, could all those folks that were part of that initial process be responsive?
Absolutely.
Without a conflict? Great.
Yeah, I think that just, if I could just play on that, is I think where a lot of owners and payroll agencies might get into that little bit of the gray area there, is that they'll be conflicted if they wrote the RFP for you. But if they just provided questions during an RFI, which is a general public information gathering, I think they're perfectly fine to be able to then bid on the RFP. But if they wrote the RFP, it's going to be very hard for them not to be conflicted out.
Which, to my earlier point of, selecting your team early in terms of other technical advisors, not the folks that you want to be partnering with as part of the project delivery side, but getting the right legal, financial, and technical advisors that are going to be on your side of the table is important, and they can help you refine that process, and they will have the right contacts to know who all you want to be reaching out to.
Actually, just a final thought on that. As a developer, that's one of the things I think we would be most interested in a processor or an owner, someone that is engaging the market and asking questions, because each developer, Plenary, like any other developer, has its own, investment criteria and expectations. So, it's really beneficial to you to engage different developers that might have their own perspective on what they need to see or wouldn't want to see in a process or a deal. And we actually recommend you do some sort of market engagement process, and we're much more likely to engage in a response if you've done that kind of solicitation.
Thank you.
The more people you talk to, the better before you go into that RFP stage. I think there's a question. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, my name's Lauren. I represent Opsis Architecture, and I just have a question for you. I really appreciate the conversation, the presentation, especially the timeline slide that was up just a little bit earlier. You mentioned that the key kind of metrics to success, of which legal and legislative backing were priority of some of those. At what point in that timeline, for the folks who are kind of investing in this partnership, does the risk significantly reduce for the change in leadership or change in direction from kind of the government entity side to where we know this is a sure thing and it's moving forward? Is it at the tail end of that timeline where you said commercial contracts, or, I'm just curious, along that road, how do you assess risk of true leadership moving forward?
I guess two ways to answer that, sort of, little tongue in cheek. That the risk is kind of inherent in the whole process. But yeah, I mean, by definition, it gets becomes more of an issue as you get closer and closer to signing that deal. The more time and energy you put into that, we make decisions on what processes we get involved in because they're expensive, and knowing that some of those questions have been defined up front, or that you have clear champions and support at the decision maker level, far more likely that I, as someone recommending whether or not we get involved in a process, we're going to be much more likely to suggest yes if a lot of that upfront work has been done and there's a clear path for approval. We've seen a number of these processes that get hung up on that leadership change. Some that have been successful despite leadership change because of the communication, because the justification for the project has been done, because the value for money has been done up front and really does show the value of the selection process of the delivery model, and the project is needed itself. All of that upfront work, we speak about upfront work, that is what you do to make sure folks have certainty about going through the process, because we all want to see that on the public and private side.
That was a good question. Yes, sir.
Hi, thanks. Oh, wow. Juan Carlos here with the Metro Council. First, just want to thank everyone in the room for coming. If there was ever a time for our region and our local governments to be looking at how can we do things better for this place, I think that time is now. And so I think just seeing all the tables full here, it's really, really promising. I want to ask a question around the value aspect. I feel like we've talked about how P3s can help us to deliver value to our constituents, our taxpayers, our citizens, and things like that. But I'm trying to understand like a proportional level of what that means. So is it like costs are 20% lower on average with a P3, or it's 20% faster? I mean, is there an industry practice? Does it depend by project? How do we actually start to land the plane on what that value means? Question number one. And then number two, what trade-offs are we assuming in that value as well for the way that we do projects and build projects? I think that is part of transparency. It's a part of how we set up the planning process and things like that. So I'm just really curious to dive into that. Thanks.
Yeah, so let me have a crack at that, and I'm going to pass it over to the developer here. It comes down to the business case, right? Putting the business case. What is the business case? What's the project justification? And then looking at that metric called value for money, looking at the metrics of risk transfer. What are you trying to achieve? and being able to transfer certain risks over to the private sector and holding them accountable from that perspective. So I think that's the true driver there, is to understand, does it make sense to enter into a P3 for this project? Does it make sense for us to retain it as the public owner and execute it on a traditional trajectory? But then the biggest question is, what are you going to do with that long-term operation and maintenance? And at the heart of a good P3 is that long-term risk-adjusted operation and maintenance contract that comes through that model. And you transferring those obligations over to the private sector for the next 20, 30, 40 years, and that really derives that value. You don't fall into the deferred maintenance trap that a lot of public agencies fall into. You've got a private owner that is obligated financially to execute that contract over the next 20, 30 years. And then you, as the public owner, is going to sit back and help administer that through the partnership. But the best person to talk about that is a developer, an owner-operator. So,
yeah, I think we do actually get a little bit into this. Again, it's conceptual level, but you know, it is taking. I think the value of P3 is taking each of the elements of an infrastructure project, which exists on any project. It's, you know, upfront design. It's the construction piece. It is the financing that facilitates it. It is the operations element. It's the maintenance. And really thinking about it holistically. The value, to Thomas's point, is, you know, when a P3 makes sense, it makes sense because you're thinking about longer term value over a 30, 40-year term, which is to say, maybe it does cost a little bit more to construct, but you're designing and building something that is much easier to maintain, which is to say cheaper to maintain. And I think the instances where you see a lot more value, or you see P3s that are successful, it is the fact that buildings are expensive to maintain. And if you're thinking about something from a long-term maintainability standpoint, you can ideally design, build something that is going to be cheaper to operate over a 30, 40, ideally longer, you know, term, and therefore you're getting value for a public owner. And it doesn't matter really what asset you're talking about. That kind of construct exists for a rail or a bridge, you know, courthouse, or you know, expo center, broadband data center, something like that, a water system. So the point of a value for money analysis is to do that comparison, is to identify the risks and where, you know, where it's you as a public agency are effective and maybe want to retain some of that responsibility, and maybe where you can see value in providing or turning over that responsibility to a private party. And again, you know, plenty of instances, public agencies, you guys are great at doing a lot of projects, and so it probably doesn't make sense to hand that responsibility over in this complex structure. But in certain circumstances, it does. And that's really the value for money analysis process.
Paul, can I do a quick follow-up? I know, right on time. I want to cement it in my head. When you say, going back to my original comment, when you say the project is baked, you're really talking about your go-to-market strategy, right? Like and so the project itself needs to have enough flexibility built inside of it to allow for the investment to influence.
That's correct.
But you're talking about your go-to-market strategy is on lockdown. And so I think what I'm trying to understand is, like, for Expo, like, we have a concept, right? We have, and you know, it's plan, view, green, red, blue blocks, you know, in concept, that's been, you know, pretty well vetted. Like, I guess I'm, and this can be for the workshop or for later, just trying to understand, like, okay, what are the next steps that we would need to take in project development to get us to a point of a go-to-market strategy?
Well, I'll take that, and then we're going to break for lunch. So every facility we have studied or visited has said, here's how we would have done this differently or better if we as the operator would have been brought in early. And so we're in that place right now, Chris, with having a concept and a vision, and enough to get people excited and visualizing this, but not so much detail that it can't be value engineered or improved or done differently or better. And so we're really at that place where all these questions about how soon do you bring people in that doesn't conflict them out eventually. And so if Metro Council and MERC are gonna pursue a P3 for the expo or other facilities, we're at a great place to start that next conversation about getting technical advisors aboard, financial, transactional advisors aboard, legal advisors aboard. We haven't gone so far that we've overdefined the project.
Yeah, but have we like, just from a design perspective, that, I guess that's where I'm, like, is there more work to do on that front to get to the go-to-market strategy?
Well, I think in the case of Expo Future, absolutely, there's a lot more work that needs to be done to go beyond the block diagrams that have been created. Thank you, Will, Christine, Tom, Thomas. Here's what's gonna happen next. I've seen Jovian go back and forth about 40 times out there. To me, I'll take that as a sign that lunch is ready. We are gonna take a 15-minute break. It should all be self-explanatory out there. As a reminder, restrooms are to your right. Please don't miss Gary's presentation on the Clackamas County Courthouse P3. He's done a lot of work there, and it's very relevant and relational to those of us that are here in this room today. If you're online and you can hear me, now's a good time for you to take a break as well. We'll start back here, I'll say 12:20. If you can grab your lunch, use the restroom, come back in, and then Gary, you can start then, okay? Thank you very much.
Recording stopped.
No, okay. If we could have your attention up front, please. Gary Barth of Barth Consultants is going to share with us a case study. We specifically requested this because it's in one of our 3 counties here, Clackamas County, and Gary went through quite a process with Clackamas County elected officials and partners and others to develop what he's going to share with
progress.
you. And if you're online, we'll be restarting here in just a moment. Please continue to enjoy your lunch and take whatever breaks you need to during this working lunch period. And also, for those that are juggling their lunch sort of on their lap in the back of the room, there are extra seats at tables up here. So please feel free to fill in any extra seats. You'll probably be more comfortable. We have a lot to present. So without further ado, let me hand it over to Gary Barth and share the Clackamas County Courthouse Public-Private Partnership. Gary?
Thank you, Paul. It's an honor to be here today. This was a very, very exciting project that I had the opportunity to work on. Quick backstory, I was the Director of Business and Community Services at Clackamas County for about a decade. Retired at the end of 17, soft retirement, because I was still looking to do some consulting work. And one of my first consulting engagements was the county administrator saying, you want to take the project lead on this courthouse project. So I said, I can give you 20 hours a week to kind of shepherd this project.
Can you get closer to the microphone, or can we turn the volume up?
I'm kind of tipping over it.
You can take it out of the holder.
The project in 27, but prior to working for the county, I worked in financial services, commercial banking for many decades. I don't want to date myself, but so I actually had a little bit of a unique blend. When I was the Director of Business and Community Services, I managed economic development, a number of other, used to work for Chair Peterson when she was my commission chair. But I had that I already had a public-private background. You know, I was private sector for many years, and then I switched over. After 11 bank mergers, I decided to join the county where I knew they weren't going to get acquired by Metro or Washington County or Multnomah County. So a little more stability there. So when I came on board, this project initiated in 2014 with the state of Oregon creating the Oregon Capital Construction and Improvement Fund, the OCCIF. What that was, counties by statute, by ORS, counties have to provide the county courthouse. So there's 36 counties, counties all provide those. The OJD, Oregon Judicial Department, and the legislature knew that many of these facilities were outdated, but that the local governments, the local counties, were having difficulties. So they created this OCCIF to contribute 25 to 50% of the cost of the new construction through an application process. Every county had to do an assessment of their courthouse, and they got ranked ordered based on need. And we were ranked second. The existing county courthouse in downtown Oregon City was built in 1937 with 1 courtroom and all the county offices. And today it holds 11 courtrooms. It's been retrofitted many, many times, but we need 14 courtrooms based on population and what OJD is willing to fund in the way of judges and staff. So that was the impetus behind the project. But the more critical thing is, if you drive by the Oregon City Courthouse on 99 on that viaduct, it is built on the shoreline of the Willamette River and about 50 feet down to hit bedrock. So if we have a seismic event, it's going to liquefy, that building's going to be uninhabitable. So we got prioritized very high for the replacement project and 50% funding match. So that was 2014. I came on board in 2018, and there'd been some work done. In order to apply, you had to do some, I heard the questions earlier today, we had to do some kind of stacking. We had to do some space planning, and we had to provide a high-level class 5 cost estimate, just for orders of magnitude for the application process. So Sarah Architects was our first engaged on that. The other benefit we had is we already owned the land. We knew where the courthouse was going to go. It was going to go up on our campus, Red Soils, and the Red Soils campus already had a campus master plan that showed where this courthouse was going to be built, as well as the other facilities we've been building up there. So we had the location, we had the land, we had the priority, and we knew we had to get out of the existing building. So that's everything we have. So when I came on board, the base case, and sometimes it'll be referred to as the public sector comparator, the PSC, was design, bid, build. Because that's how the county had previously built some of their newer buildings, the public service building, the development services building, the Sunnybrook Sheriff's Station, and others. It's hire an architect, design it, put it out to low bid, and then our facilities group would take care of it after construction, subject to annual budget appropriations. They had to compete for discretionary general fund. And as many public agencies are probably aware, you get assets on board, and if you don't have a dedicated maintenance and capital reserve fund, you end up with deferred maintenance. And I used to manage a lot of assets for the county that had a lot of deferred maintenance, including the county fairgrounds as an example. So we looked at the design, bid, build, and the other thing we had occurring at the time is the CFO, who had been there 30 years, was retiring. Procurement manager, who had been there decades, retiring. So from the time I came on board, within about a year or two, I've been through 3 CFOs, and I think 3 or 4 procurement managers, and 2 or 3 elected boards. So trying to keep a big capital project like this kind of moving forward with that kind of internal challenges and change got us to thinking about, are there alternative delivery approaches? And the one I started looking into the public-private. I didn't know a lot about public-private partnerships, but I attended the P3 conferences. I contacted AIAI. They assisted me with my learning and development. And I found other projects. And the one we really kind of patterned was Howard County, Maryland, built a county courthouse with partial funding provided through they could issue a GO bond without voter approval. So they had half the funding, but they needed the other half to get the project underway. So I looked at that project. I looked at Abbotsford, British Columbia courthouse. I looked at Travis County, Texas courthouse. I looked at LA County had a justice center, Miami-Dade. So I saw a whole bunch of examples and best practices and learnings. AIAI worked, we set up joint call between the Montgomery County Commission and our commission to educate and inform. And we finally got basically approval from the board to explore an alternative delivery project. So the first thing, and I'm going to tee this up, we can go to the next slide. Well, you just had the slide on here, I'm giving you what. So first thing we had to do is kind of understand what this was. And you've heard this, so I'm going to be a bit redundant of what you've already heard today because they teed it up perfectly. I learned from them. And, but it's that alternative delivery approach aligns the risks with the entities that best control the risk. The county delivers a lot of services that we're proficient at and do better than anybody, but we're not builders, we're not architects, and we're struggling a bit with facility management just because of staff and resource constraints. So I'm not going to call out anybody, but there's plenty of public projects that I can point to that have gone exceedingly beyond budget and exceedingly beyond time. And the thing we were really interested in this is you get some certainty of project delivery, but it still has to make sense. We were talking about what makes a good P3 project, you know, that 100 million threshold plus, its readiness and all the things. So we spent a lot of time understanding what would be attractive to the P3 marketplace. And we knew our project was going to be relatively attractive because it was large, it was a large-scale project, and there'd been others done successfully using this model. And we were prioritized. And our board said it was the #1 strategic priority was to replace this courthouse. I was looking at the history of your expo center, and I saw the study that was done in 2003, and here we are in 2025. During my work, I discovered a memo that was written in 1960 saying that the county courthouse needed to be replaced. And so here we are, 65 years later. I don't want to date myself, but I was a young child when that report was written. And many efforts had been attempted over the years, but nothing got over the threshold. And most of it was because they were asking voters, a lot of times, will you approve a new GO bond to do this? So we knew we had to do this. We knew it was a priority. So we started looking, but we also understood that it's going to employ that life cycle approach, which was really kind of critical because the state's a partner with us. They're paying for half of this building, even though county owns it 100%. County's responsible for it. But this gave both parties assurances that this building is going to be maintained over the duration of the 30-year term of the agreement. The private equity component, I can't emphasize enough, when you get private equity involved, it's debt and equity financing solution. We were going to go design, bid, build, and issue a municipal bond, like we've always done. So we would have had 4 agreements. We would have had our municipal bond, working with our bond council. We would have done that. We would have had an architectural agreement to design it. We would have had a construction contract to build it, and then we would have facilities operations. This is all inclusive. That's why it takes so much time up front to kind of get through this process. But it was an alternative means of financing. It's private debt and equity. You're going to pay a little bit more because you got profit in that margin. But the risk transfer is the key consideration. You have to quantify the risk that you're transferring. If you don't believe there's any risk in delivering a public project in the traditional public delivery way, design, bid, build, on time, on budget, no cost overruns, no change orders, then this model's not for you. But if you know, and I think we all know, that things happen, material costs go up, change orders occur, a lot of things happen over the course of a project that ends up being multiples of what you thought it was. So in exchange for a little bit higher weighted cost of capital, we got all the risk transfer, but more importantly, we got an equity owner who's, I would say, more concerned about delivering this project on time, on budget, than our Board of County Commissioners was. Because they got skin in the game. And they don't start getting repaid until this building is completed and certified for occupancy. So that was the other benefit we had in exploring this, because if we did this, we had limited capital we needed to invest up front during this planning process. The first payment, and we're ribbon cutting, I'll mention here later, next month, May 3rd. The first payment's not until we occupy that building. So we started this project, we awarded the contract in 22, but we started exploring this in late 19. That gave us a lot of planning horizon to prepare for, and we get a building that's built to our specs, turnkey certified. So there's no risk. Once we start making that first payment, we've got the building that we asked for. So it's not free money. You've heard that multiple times. I had a lot of folks saying, oh, we can't get the voters to approve a GO bond. Let's do a P3. And it's like, no, it's instead of issuing full faith and credit municipal bonds, which we can do without voter approval, we're going to do the private debt and equity. They both have to be repaid. You're either repaying a municipal bondholder over time, or you're repaying the P3 entity over time. So that was a key. We really had to pound that home, and because a lot of people just thought it was new money, like grant money or something. It's like, the state matches now that, but the state's even going to issue municipal bonds, right, for their share. So this is why when we talk about DBFOM, I'll show you the lowercase f, because it's partial financing because we had the state participating. It's not expeditious overall because you put a lot of effort into the project agreement, which is that 4-phased agreement all bundled into one, as well as all the performance metrics over the next 30 years of how this building needs to perform in order for the P3 partner to get their full payment. So I'll show you on the timeline, we put a lot of money up front, but it is expeditious the day after financial and commercial close, because it just goes. And we've seen that. We financial commercial close at late part of 22, we're ribbon cutting next month. And it doesn't work for all. It did work for ours because we had all the key components. So the first question we had to answer, and this again was teed up perfectly, is it legal? We had the additional consideration that the state was going to be putting Article Q bond, municipal bond money into this project. So I had to deal with our local contract review board analysis. Could we do it under home rule and our own procurement processes? And would the state fund a P3 legally with their municipal bonds? We contracted with Hawkins, Delafield, and Wood. We already had them on retainer for bond counsel here at their Portland office. We found out they had a P3 practice in New York City specializing in these kinds of structures, Howard County, Maryland, as well as a few other P3 courthouse projects. So I was able to just kind of sole source them under our existing retainer through our Portland office, allowed us to get them in first to do the very first analysis. Can we do this before we take any further steps? And it took a little bit of work. We had to work with the Attorney General's office, State of Oregon, and Department of Administrative Services and their bond counsel, everybody else to kind of, but at the end of the day, the key point was we're owning this building the whole time. This building is not being held for collateral by the private entity. They're still relying on the full faith and credit of the county to make those annual availability payments. And the fact that we own this building the entire time, even during this 30-year project agreement term, that allowed the state to be able to invest public money into a public courthouse because it remained in full public ownership. So we got that resolved. That was the key sticking point. So once we knew it was legal, then we wanted to determine, was it feasible? Was it the best delivery approach? And the value for money assessment. And we contracted, put out a competitive bid, hired Rebel to do they used to go by IMG Rebel, now they just shortened it to Rebel. And they're an international firm that does a lot of work in the P3 space, in the value for money analysis. So this all occurred in late 2018, moving into 2019. So we did the value for money, and we looked at 5 delivery approaches. 3 traditional, design, bid, build, progressive design, build with partial financing, and then a couple of P3 models, the 6320, the New American Way model, that some of you may have heard of, and then this traditional availability payment model. And it did all of these things. And a lot of it, like I said, a lot of it was quantifying the risk of a project and who does that risk get assigned to. So we had formed an internal task force. I had my procurement folks, I had my legal folks, everybody else kind of involved in this value for money assessment and looking at these projects, and we did a quantitative and a qualitative analysis of those different delivery approaches. I could spend a couple hours just talking value for money, but I'm going to condense it down to one slide. These are the factors that we looked at, the comparative analysis on the qualitative, and you'll notice that option 4, DB, lowercase f, OM, scored the highest based on all those different factors that we considered in all the different approaches. And again, in the effort of time, I'm not going to go, but it was an extensive analysis looking at a number of the qualitative factors. Then we also did the quantitative analysis, 30-year cash flow projections, very sophisticated financial model that we had, loaded in all the financial projections across all the delivery methods over a 30-year time horizon, discounted everything back to net present value, and picked our year 1 payment structure. And again, option 4, the DBFOM, provided us with the lowest annual cost. So we scored high on this approach, both qualitatively and quantitatively. So we took this to the Board of County Commissioners, and we said, if you want to, and here's something I want to emphasize, is in this process, I ended up having over 30 study sessions with the board. Every time I went before them, I tried not to revisit decisions that had already been made. I tried to always move forward, but always tell them, you've still got off-ramps coming. But every time we pass an off-ramp, we're not circling back and taking that. And there's going to come a point where you're going to have the final off-ramp. So that was my whole kind of methodology to kind of keep moving through election changes and everything else, was just keep advancing this project, because they can just get stuck and spin around and get into analysis paralysis and not move forward. So we got the board agreement to move forward with this. And I'll back up 1 second. They were already kind of sold on the P3, subject to this value for money validating it and substantiating it. So we kind of had it as kind of the champion, with the other delivery options as challengers, to see if it withstood rigorous analysis. And it did. So the board approved us to move forward. And now we get into this whole process that you've heard about earlier this morning, of how you kind of start structuring this whole component. We had procurement preparation, because the value for money and the legal analysis just teed us up to start the P3 process. Now we have to do the procurement development. And procurement in this case is you're developing an RFQ, you're developing an RFP, and you're developing that project agreement, which has all of it's 4 contracts bundled into one with performance standards and technical requirements. So once you get that project agreement done, you've defined the building. I like to always say it, we were defining the building, but we weren't designing it. That innovation that you heard earlier today, that was one of the key things we were really looking for. This project must meet these requirements. And I had a whole list of building requirements from OJD that we had to comply with. We had a whole bunch of requirements to fit into our campus master plan and our design. So those were constraints, but we wanted to minimize the number of constraints so that the innovation from the private sector and these teams could come together and bring us the optimal solution. We hear what you're wanting. This will deliver it to you at the best value, because we're competing with these other teams who are trying to do the same thing. And that's a big benefit. Had we just sole sourced one architect, we would have just been working within ourselves to define that building. So that was a lot of preparation. Then the procurement effort itself, and I'll get into that in a little more detail, dropping the RFQ, having an industry day, shortlisting, and then ultimately the financial close and getting into the construction phase. So I mentioned our technical advisors. So I knew we didn't have the internal staff. I needed to find subject matter experts in these 3 areas that they talked about: legal, financial, technical. To pair with, because I had a great county council staff, I had a great finance staff and a procurement staff, and we had facility managers at the county. So I married up, and that was my internal team when I first started in 2018. That was my project team, because we were going to do design, bid, build, and maintain it ourselves. So I already had that team in place. What I did is I brought now these subject matter experts from these disciplines to join in with those teams. So again, Hawkins, we just rolled them under that retainer. And they continued advising us during the entire procurement phase, drafting the project agreement. And their role was really to have all that contract expertise, project expertise in these unique P3 structures, and work with us all the way through commercial and financial close. We also had Rebel, also through another competitive bid process. They competitively did the value for money, then we put it out another competitive bid to be the financial advisor moving forward on the P3. And they scored the highest and won that award as well. So in September of 2020 is when we contracted Rebel to move forward on the P3 procurement process. Their role was to advise us in all of the financial parameters of this project, how the deal was structured financially, analyze all the financial proposals for structure, make sure that people who said they could finance this project long-term and carry it through from construction to 30-year terms had that. So they basically underwrote the underwriters in many cases. And then the technical advisors. Tom Ness, now with Accenture, was my point person. Tom's firm, WPT Partnership, won the award. Tom was part of that This is getting the old group back together here today. Tom was an instrumental part of that project team, getting us through to the project close. They also were contracted that same month as Rebel. So in September of 2020, I had my team in place. I had these 3 subject matter expert firms on board, under contract, married up with my internal disciplines. Their role, as I mentioned, OJD had a number of technical requirements we had to comply with in order to get the state match. We had 2 different space studies, one with Sarah Architects, one with the National Center for State Courts, already done and completed, with recommendations on a modern courthouse. And then we also had to establish, and also the Red Soils campus parameters and compliance with Oregon City Building Code, so their whole role is to make sure this was a constructible project that met the requirements of the county and the state OJD. So here's my team. I reported directly to the county administrator as the project director. And I was kind of the champion because I had a highly skilled project team, that Tom's group could lead our technical efforts and Rebel could lead our financial efforts, working with our finance department, and Hawkins worked closely with county council. I just herded the cats. My biggest role was to be that link between this very talented team and the decision makers, the Board of County Commissioners and the state legislature on the match funding. So my whole goal was to break through, keep things moving, eliminate roadblocks, get before any official body that needed to make a decision for us to move forward, and keep basically the electeds up to speed with this group, because this group could move fast. And we didn't want it to be limited by long gaps between policy making and decision making. And again, going before the board saying, you made a decision, we're not revisiting the past decisions, we're here with you with the next decision that needs to be made. Kept things moving very well. The key was just keeping them really well informed of the process. So as I mentioned, I paired this up, internal reps, and some on-demand support specialists as needed. So we started the project 10 of 20 of this whole procurement prep phase. And in July of 21, we were ready to go to market. So that was a very intense time of a lot of development of RFQs, RFPs, and most importantly, the draft project agreement, I'll call it. And I'll tell you when we finalized that project agreement. So we launched it with Industry Day. Again, I'm picking up best practices from what I've worked with AI and other groups who have done this. And it was like, let's get the word out. Let's let people know. People had already started, once I started the P3 pursuit, the industry knows. And they started reaching out and say, hey, keep us posted. So when we did Industry Day, we had a lot of folks dial in. And we gave them an overview of the project. And then we said, who wants to participate in, who wants to participate in the RFQ process. And to our delight, we had 8 teams, 8 really well-qualified international teams that formed to request this RFQ and submit their statements of qualifications. So that was a great piece of the process. We had those 8 teams and we scored all 8. I set up a separate scoring committee made up of internal and external participants. I had some commercial developers and other folks from the private sector participate, and we scored the overall team. And this is a really key point, and it may come up later today. These P3s are based on the collective strength of the team also. You may have the best architect among a team, but maybe their construction or their facilities management doesn't score as well. That's going to affect the whole team. It's like you may have the best point guard, but you might not have the best team. So a lot of this, and I know Will and others that participate in this world, you're looking to formulate the best team that's going to score on this project and bring the critical elements. Architectural design, and I kind of label these the DBFOM model. So architectural design firms, the D, construction firm scored 20, private equity, that's the financing. component to it, facility management, and then the project understanding. How well-versed are they in delivering these kinds of projects? From this, we shortlisted it from 8 to 3. And the reason we narrowed it to 3 was because once you get into the RFP process, that's the 3 then advanced to the RFP, these folks put in a tremendous amount of work. That's everything I heard in the industry and stuff. We're not gonna participate unless we think this project is real, that it's got full elected official backing, that it's gonna make it to the finish line, because we're gonna be designing this building, we're gonna be doing life cycle planning of the infrastructure. We're gonna do designs, taking it from schematic down to near constructible. This is all occurring during this RFP process. So we were advised and we got approval to have stipends as well for the unsuccessful finalists. So we set aside $1 million, $500,000 for the 2 that did not get the award to partially compensate them. And we didn't intend it, we don't know if it fully compensated them, of how much effort they put into it. But it was kind of, again, a best practices to get people to give you their very best effort, because we really wanted the most innovative solutions in this competitive process. And we didn't want anybody to kind of hold them back because they didn't think they had a chance, or they didn't think the board was actually going to award a contract. So we had to make it worth their time. So 8 respondents, downsized to the top 3, move forward. We did have an unfortunate, one of our proposers in December, right towards the end of the year, I found out through industry news and things that they had a little issue of being sued by the federal government for a fraud issue on a delivery project. And I called them and I said, you can either withdraw or I'm going to withdraw you. And they said, I understand completely. We've had a lot of conversations with clients the last couple of days, very unfortunate, and they withdrew. The good news is we still had our top 2 out of the 8, the top 2 scoring firms were still in play here. Plenary and Fingate moving forward. So we still felt very confident that we didn't need to reopen things and bring another 3rd firm in to replace that one, anything else. Again, progress. We wanted to keep moving forward. We felt like we had enough competitiveness in these, with these 2 competing against one another, that we were still gonna get the best value. So Fingate was selected through that competitive process. And again, everybody had a role. Hawkins reviewed the project agreements. And when I said we had draft projects agreement going into this RFP, when we did the RFP process, we spent several months working with each individual team. We would have in-person meetings. And remember, COVID was, happening during some of this time too. So it made the logistics a little bit more challenging. But we met with every team and we walked through all of our technical requirements. And if one of those teams said, we know what you want, we know what you've asked for, but we think we can deliver you a better solution here and save you money and give you a better outcome. We had over 200 of those through these one-on-one meetings. And we would bring them in individually, privately, from each of the firms. We would do the analysis. And if we decided, yes, we're going to do it, then we would put out a revision and say we're revising the technical requirements to the project agreement to incorporate this new technical standard. So it's a very interactive engagement, and we were getting real market feedback from the teams competing. And if we thought it was beneficial to the county, we would accept it and put it back out to all the teams. If not, we would dismiss it from that suggestion and just catalog it. So only after all of those RFIs came in and reviewed and WT did the heavy lifting on analyzing, was this a better technical requirement and spec? Only after we got all those done and we locked it down, we said, okay, done, no more. Now we have our final project agreement. So now they know if they win the bid, they gotta build this project and have it to these standards of this project agreement and maintain it to these standards over 30 years. Once we did all that, we awarded and this was the last off-ramp. So I went to the board and I said, okay, we've done all this work, we've invested quite a bit of money, but that money's not coming back. You can still dismiss and just not award the contract. But if you do, you're saying, we're not gonna build this courthouse, either immediately, or we're gonna take another look at it and say, well, maybe we'll do another design bid build effort and offer a GO bond. I mean, there were still people that little pulling the trigger on the biggest capital project that we've ever done using a delivery approach we've never used. So I said, you still have an off-ramp, but just know that if we don't award this to Fingate today, we may lose the state funding match because we'll go back in the queue and we'll kind of start over again. And also know that if we have a seismic event, the current courthouse will be uninhabitable and you, county, will be on the hook to find an alternative courthouse replacement immediately. And probably without state funding match. So the risk, doing nothing was the riskiest decision. Not the least risk, so that's something we had to really, and the board voted 4-1 to move forward. We had some still internal debate about, well, this quantifying of the risk transfer, that's what makes this thing pencil, right? To go private debt and equity and all this stuff, because of your assigning a value to the risk transfer. And like I said before, if you don't think there's any risk, then you don't transfer that value. The traditional approach is gonna score higher on the financial, the economic analysis. But I think most of us know and believe that there is risk in delivering a project. So this one, the benefit here is we awarded this in 2022, locked in the price, locked in the financing. We've got a fixed payment for 30 years of the principal and interest to repay that private debt and equity. As soon as we close, the state's gonna give us their half, one-time money, and we're gonna pay that to the special purpose vehicle, basically buy down half the project cost, and then we're financing the duration of it through that private debt and equity over 30 years. A lot of op-eds were written saying, oh man, Clackamas County's privatizing the courthouse, Clackamas County's got a Canadian firm who's gonna own it, or the Canadian firm's investing. It's no different than issuing municipal bonds. You don't know who your bondholders are gonna be. They buy your debt and you pay them back. It's the same thing here. They arranged the debt and equity financing. We're gonna pay them. They're gonna pay back their equity partners and their debt. I had to explain that a lot to the Ways and Means Committee and others during legislative hearings, that this is not we're not paying a mortgage because we own the building the whole time, but we are repaying the financing. And we've talked about different kinds of P3 projects, revenue producing P3s, student housing, toll highways, those kinds of things that generate their own revenue I don't generate any revenue on the courthouses. We build it and we provide it free to the state, and the state provides the judges and all the support staff. So I'm not getting rent from the state. State's paying for half of it though. So it's still a great value for us, but there's no revenue being produced off this. So the availability payment that we're making on this building is gonna come from the county general fund. Now, the other benefit here is that we had the county budget forecast, and the county had a number of full faith and credit obligations outstanding from other capital projects. But they were all paying down and glide pathing. They were gonna be mostly paid off by 2028 and fully paid off by 2032. So we started this process in 2019. I started telling finance, be prepared. Start looking out in the forecast. Every budget year, know this is looming. That if we commit to this, this is gonna be here down the road, so prepare for it. So if you pay off debt, don't incur new debt. Let's free up that capacity to go towards this project. So there was the benefit here is we don't have to, again, make that first payment until later this year when we're occupying the building that's built to our standards. And we've had plenty of time, and I just saw the budget committee meeting the other day, and we forecasted out in the black, next 30 years, we're gonna have a pinch point for the next 3 or 4 years where existing debt and this new debt's coming on the books together. That'll be the toughest period right there to plan for and prepare for. And then after that, it just gets so much easier. And as I explained to the current chair yesterday, It's like having your first mortgage payment, and it's like, oh my gosh, I'm never gonna be able to eat out again, but it's fixed, 9.8 million fixed over the next 30 years. So it's a little bit, it's percentage of the discretionary general fund today. 10 years from now, it's gonna be much less. 20 years from now, much less. Yeah.
How does it stack up with, in seniority compared to your other outstanding general obligation or revenue debt?
How does it stack up against what?
In the senior stacking of your debt? Is it on a parity of like your senior GO debt?
Yeah, again, we have one GO bond that was for our 9/11 CCOM center. It's the only GO bond the county's passed, in my knowledge, to build a capital project. Everything else has come from discretionary general funds with full faith and credit.
Okay.
But this doesn't take, a subordinate role in the debt structure.
Okay, thank you.
Just a quick follow-up. How does it impact the county's bonding capacity?
We already had an exceptional bond rating, and we already had a very low debt to equity ratio. And Secretary of State publishes a county debt to equity ratio for all 36 counties annually. We were already on the low end of that and paying off what we had. So we were gonna be debt-free, essentially, with a very high bond rating entering into this project. So there's the point is, we could have gotten really good muni financing, but we ended up getting really good private debt and equity weighted. The timing was perfect, and we locked it. Sort of like, locking in mortgage rates a few years ago, right?
Can you tell me what that rate was, the total?
Well, it's proprietary,
Oh, okay.
because these firms are all competing against one another, and part of the big competition is how they're structuring their debt and equity package and their financing. So what you agree to here is you say, this is the building I want, and here's how much I'm willing to pay for it. And their job is to come in at or below that and to be the most competitive one. So it's called like an affordability ceiling. You kind of, one of the things that Rebel worked with our board is we kind of set a standard and saying, if these come in over that, then we will reject the proposal. Yeah.
So another question on that, how did your other, well, I guess it's already outstanding, so they're not going to complain about it. I was gonna say, how will your other debt, but if everything else is public financing
Yeah.
through munis, they don't really have a say in anything. Did you get anything, though, I guess, any of the holders of your municipal debt, any of the big institutional holders, were there any alarms raised about it or anybody complaining about it?
No, I mean, our existing bond council, we talked to them and stuff, and they were, of course, advocating that we do the traditional design, bid, build, and municipal financing. Not that it wasn't reasonable advice, but it was also, you have to take it into perspective, because they would get compensated for the underwriting and issuance of that muni bond. So we knew the cost of capital was gonna be higher than if we had done a muni bond, but we also knew what we were getting for that premium. Complete risk transfer, equity position of an owner who would ensure this project got built on time, on budget, to our standards. Because if it didn't, it wouldn't certify, and they don't start getting repaid. And if they don't get repaid, then they can't repay their lenders. So, like I said, they were better oversight over this than our commissioners would have been, because they're paying attention to this with all their other projects in their portfolio very closely. And the other piece of this, that availability payment, that term comes from if there's any performance standard in this building over the next 30 years that keeps any part of that building from being available. A courtroom's HVAC doesn't work, or an elevator, there's a deduction for that. So there's a financial penalty in our payments to the SPV, private special purpose vehicle, for non-performance and non-availability. I worked in buildings at the county where the elevators went down, and they were down for months. And I could not penalize my facilities department for why aren't you getting that elevator fixed and repaired? So not only does this building have performance incentives to be available as designed every day, 24/7, 365, but also when it gets turned back in 30 years, no deferred maintenance. HVAC system runs its life. It's programmed into part of we're paying into a capital reserve based on their estimates of but again, that's when, in the design process, they're designing this building over the life cycle because they've got skin in the game for this building to perform during that life cycle.
Oh, okay, so I didn't understand that. You said that you're paying into a capital reserve, so they will draw on that capital reserve if there's a problem with the HVAC.
Correct.
So you're not really handing over all the risk at that point then?
The risk is they have built a building that they say will require this level of capital repair and replacement. We're funding that.
Okay,
If the capital repair and replacement is different than that, we don't pay anymore. That's the risk that's being transferred.
thank you.
So when the final payment has three components to it. It's got fixed rate P&I. That's the bulk of it. Then it's got facility management charge. That's indexed to the CPI. So that will change annually. And then that capital reserve is indexed to the CPI also. So when we forecast out the payments, we kind of estimate what we think the CPI, is gonna run out there. But those CPIs, our internal costs at the county greatly exceed the CPI. If you look at our own facility management costs, they increase annually greater than CPI. So we're pretty comfortable with having that. But bottom line, this is outsourced. Our facilities group doesn't have to do anything for this building. They can focus on the other buildings that were done more traditionally. This building's turnkey. We just have to manage the project agreement and manage that that 100% of the availability payment is appropriate because of the performance of the building. So the key here, again, the financial and commercial close was September of '22. They immediately, the next day, we were putting up chain link and starting to clear the site. I mentioned that we had some direct and indirect costs and some other things. So we defined the project site in our plans and said, the private partner, you're responsible for everything within this boundary. Other things like Oregon City did a traffic analysis and said we need to improve an intersection, 5 blocks away. We took that as a direct responsibility. We tried to remove anything that wasn't quantifiable, and get into because we wanted them to bid on known things. We didn't want them to bid on things that might come up during the permitting process outside their control. We had to build a new parking lot to accommodate the increased traffic, so we built that separately. So I had some direct costs that we funded out of the general fund, but the bulk of the costs for this courthouse are deferred until it's certified for opening. And I just drove by there yesterday and it's looking fantastic. They even mowed the lawn of the new landscaping that's been installed, so it's very, very close. So all in, 6 years, I'm not counting back to 1960 when the first staff memo came out saying replace this project. But from the time, when I got involved in 2018, I spent a year and a half just working with OJD and pursuing the traditional design bid build and financing. We did two public surveys for GeoBond, found there was zero appetite. Lane County, we were 2A and 2B for the next courthouses to be built after Multnomah County's courthouse in this OCCCIF. Lane County made the decision, we're gonna go GeoBond. And if voters approve it, we'll move forward. Their voters did not approve it. They're still sitting down there with no solution and they've fallen out of the queue. Lane County's courthouse was built in 1960 though, and it's not sitting on fill on a riverbank. So ours was a much more dire situation. We polled, GeoBond wasn't gonna, so we just had to make the decision. If this is a priority, we have got to find a way to fund it internally. And full faith, whether we're paying full faith and credit bonds or we're paying the P3 partner, it's still discretionary general fund. Now, we didn't take off the table, I just explained this to the chair yesterday. You can still go off for a GeoBond today if you want to see if the citizens will still support this, because you can use those GeoBond proceeds to make this availability payment. So we never took that off the table, but we just said we're not going to wait until you think you've got the voters ready, because by then, and these costs were just accelerating so rapidly at that time. We just really felt locking it in at 2022 prices with that guarantee, with a pretty darn good low cost of capital. Again, I can't say it's proprietary. I have it. It's in a model that the board, anybody else can review in a lockbox, but it's not publicly available. But I will tell you, it's very, very competitive. It's a extremely low private debt and equity rate.
Compared to general obligation debt that was issued at the time?
Yeah, compared to what it's probably 100, 150 basis points more than what we would have done on a muni bond. So that is kind of it. I stayed on until close. I had the opportunity to stay on through construction, but that was really more of a technical owner's rep. I just wanted this thing to get under contract. After all those fits and starts since 1960, I wanted this project. If I could make a contribution to the county, I wanted this thing in contract. So the day we closed, so the deputy county administrator assumed my role in being kind of the liaison between Fingate, the P3 partner, and the board. So there have been some change orders and things, but they're all things like, if we do this, we can save money, and that'll create a credit. And then you wanted us to do something else that we couldn't within our locked in, but now we can. So there's been quite a few kind of refinements. That's the other thing I will caution is, as much as I tried to stress to the DA who's in that building, and the sheriff who's runs the in-custody part of that building, and the OJD, as we're doing this project agreement, we're defining this building. We're defining the technical requirements. They're gonna submit a design that achieves all of that, and we're gonna award a contract. So you can't come back later, and honestly, I had some challenges, because there were just some groups that just thought, this is never gonna happen. It's never gonna get approved. It's been attempted many times over the years. Then when it got approved, it's like, oh, I need to make a change. It's like, that opportunity was in the past, but there has been enough little refinements. So everybody's been able to make a few small changes, as long as they could kind of trade them off, credits against debits, if you will, and stay within the agreement. So it's been, I think it's been a very successful project. It's a new signature on campus, anchors that campus, and the best thing is we built it, 14 courtrooms that can open today. That increases our capacity by 3, and we've got 16 courtrooms total, so we warm shelled 2 that can be finished and opened in the future as the need and demand rises. So we built this to be a 100-year building, even though it's a 30-year agreement, but it's going to be there for the long term. Yes, sir.
Yeah, in the sort of project process that you had up, how much design happened before sort of that construction phase? And I'm assuming that the 33 months included some or all of the design phases of the project.
Yeah, once we, down to those last 3 teams, which became 2 teams, the design got very refined. Again, getting very close to almost constructability. Okay. And we ended up with 2 really unique, different designs. We had kind of asked for some mass timber approaches. We valued mass timber as an approach, but it wasn't a super high point award, but one plenary did a beautiful, fantastic mass timber approach, and Fingate came with the more traditional steel concrete kind of approach. They were scored appropriately along with all of the other attributes, but both of those designs met all of our requirements, met all the needs of the judges and the sheriffs and the public and the jury and everything else. So either one of those designs, standing alone, could have moved forward into construction. I mean, that's how much effort they had kind of put into it, that it didn't take a lot of final refinement from the time we awarded to the time we closed.
Gary? As cost increases occurred, did the state's contribution go up with that, or did they cap their contract? And then, do they pay over 30 years, or do they pay all their money right up front?
Yeah, so that's a great question. When we first submitted the OCCCIF in 2014, it was a rough back-of-the-envelope estimate. Sometimes that gets locked into people's mind. Hey, you said it was going to cost this. And so I had to deal with that a lot when I went back to the legislature, because we kept going from like class 5 to class 4 to class 3. And once we got to this process, it's like, we've got now we got the firm price. So the state did contribute 50% on the firm price. I will say the two debates I had with the state is things that Oregon City required us to do, road improvements in the area. The definition from the state was anything that's is capitalized as the courthouse project is eligible for the 50% match. And I said, well, we can't build this project because Oregon City is requiring this improvement, and we're going to capitalize it as part of this courthouse project. Therefore, it's eligible. And they said, no, it's too far away from campus, so so it's an arbitrary kind of negotiation. The other one, I'm airing all my laundry here. The other one is the district attorney. We wanted the district attorney to be in the new courtroom because right now they're scattered in 3 or 4 buildings in downtown Oregon City, and it's not very functional. But the state's not paying for the DA. So the county's on the hook for the DA space. So I worked with Fingate. We got a very elaborate cost allocation estimate. If the DA wasn't in here, how much would we be saving, or how much is the cost of putting them in? Taking the DA out doesn't eliminate an elevator shaft. It doesn't eliminate the capacity of the HVAC system. But the state insisted on a square footage ratio. And that was millions of dollars of differing opinions. They said, well, we use the square footage ratio for Multnomah County. We don't want to change precedent. I said, you did 1 out of 36, the first one. I don't think precedent's been set yet. I think we could set precedent. So I just found out yesterday that's still an argument that's going on. So it's going to come out closer to 47, 48%, 52% because of the DA space and because of some of that off-site stuff that Oregon City is requiring. Yes, Lynn.
Gary.
Yes, ma'am.
Remember we had a problem building a jail. And the current chair is former sheriff. When you sat down and talked, were they thinking about the next step to building the jail and possibly using P3?
Yeah, we mentioned that a little bit yesterday. I think that's another qualifying kind of project. Again, they have to find the source of repayment. But I do think that's outside of moving Wapato, getting Terry Emmert to move Wapato up to Clackamas County to meet their jail needs. But I do think a P3 it's got the scale, the complexity, that I think it would be a candidate for that. And as Chair Peterson mentioned, we were green lighted to move forward on this project, and then we had an election, and the incoming chair, Tootie Smith, campaigned on stopping this project. And she wanted to do an alternative, which was lease space at Clackamas Town Center, retrofit that, at a much reduced cost savings. But I was able to meet with Tootie, and I did a case analysis, and the benefit of just being on consultant with her is I could just tell her directly. And to her credit, she said, I didn't have all that knowledge. Now that I know everything about this project, and she became the champion. And it actually cost her because the Sheriff Roberts just ran on the campaign against this courthouse.
Exactly.
That Tootie approved. So anyway, it's been a little complication through these election cycles. But again, with our fantastic team that we had put together and just keeping moving forward, it got done.
Which gets to my second question. My understanding is that you can bundle projects in a P3.
Yep.
Have you seen it bundled between agencies, not just within agencies? I mean, it would be an interesting call to the region.
I think Will can answer that question. Yeah, because we talked about should we package the courthouse even to make it more attractive and things. Yeah. But the courthouse on standalone was already a very attractive P3, as evidenced by the 8 teams that competed. But you might be able to answer that question about packaging a few smaller projects to make it one enticing.
Yeah, no, it's a good question. And yeah, the bottom line or kind of short answer is absolutely. And if it speaks to the scale question that Gary mentioned, it certainly makes it much more attractive. I think, back to the question of preparation and scope, what is it that you're bundling together has to be defined. It has to have some sort of relationship, very disparate kind of facilities, maybe less makes.
Complex in a jail? No?
Yeah, jail and a courthouse seemed like a pretty reasonable thing to include.
Yeah.
But then the questions of, we'd be looking for something like an MOU or some sort of agreement between different agencies in terms of funding and relationships and governance structure and other things. Those complications can be worked out though, so, yeah.
Just one quick one. Scale keeps coming up in all this conversation. And I think you'd mentioned the $100 million sweet spot. I think that was mentioned before. Can you help us help me understand why that is? Is it because of the fixed advisory, what I'm guessing is fairly high fixed advisory costs? Is it because of the potential ROI that makes it attractive, and without that scale, you don't get the ROI? Like why is that the sweet spot?
Yeah, you're competing against alternative investments, so people are deciding where they want to put their money. And if your project isn't attractive enough, they're gonna park it into another project that is on that, because that return on investment on the equity. The lenders, maybe not so much, because they're gonna lend on any project at certain scale.
Yeah.
Again, Ben's in a better position.
I'm sorry, like, why doesn't that apply to a $50 million project?
It's a bit of an arbitrary number. It's just sort of a, rule of thumb. This is probably a minimum size for capital expenditure. And there's a few things, and you actually hit on some of them. Some of it is there is just sort of this bottom line fixed cost for advisors. I think folks can get the sense that it's not necessarily cheap to have these advisory firms come in and help us assist, but pretty important to have you see through a successful project. The other side of it is, to Gary's point, there's a few different decisions that we'd be making as a developer / investor. We have a limited team, and there are other projects out there, and so we want to make sure that we're investing our time in processes where we have a reasonable chance of getting to a win and a close on a deal. But it's also $100 million capital expenditure. Kind of get into the financing later. We are equity investors as well, and so there's a minimum equity investment piece, and speaks to, we have investors that want to make sure that they're spending time investing in projects that are reasonable, but also likely to, return a reasonable return. So it's, all of those kind of pieces together. Yeah. But it's a rule of thumb. We've engaged in projects with a capital expenditure of 70 million, 50 million in certain circumstances. It kind of depends, and it's this ratio between equity and debt that kind of determines that as well. So, yeah.
Sweet, thanks for the presentation. Really enjoyed it. So I kind of have a question around if you've been able to do like a parallel model of what would have happened if you would have gone through the traditional model, now that you're almost about to take, the keys. And the reason I ask that is because from the moment that you started in 2019, 2020 to this year, one of the most significant inflationary periods in a long time in this country, right? And so that probably locking in early was probably beneficial for multiple reasons, I'm guessing. But can you talk to us about that? Like, what might have happened if you didn't lock in early, and is that the right way to look at it, or are we looking at it the wrong way?
Yeah, there's no plan to do an after-action analysis, if you will, and say, had we not gone this route. I do know that from that period of time, from 2018 to 2022, we were still facing, pretty rapid cost escalations, and time and delay was money, right? And so, again, this project started in 2014. I can guarantee you, had we just built it back in 2014, it'd been a lot less expensive than what we agreed on in this project agreement. I would speculate that if we were to bid it today, in that traditional, had we already done the design and now we put it out to bid maybe a year or two ago to construct, but that inflation, those construction inflations were shared, with the county. I can probably guarantee we'd be like the Abernathy Bridge, and going back to the legislature multiple times asking for more money, or the Portland Water Bureau project, so. You can see these things, they start off, and ours did too. In 2014, it was back of the envelope, and it was 180 million. And by the time we got done, it was 270 million. But that was refinement also in time. So you had both occurring. You were getting a more refined design over a time horizon when things were escalating. So we locked that. And the other thing we did kind of innovative is we knew a month or two before closing, rates were starting to get a little, Fed was still making some moves and things. So we actually bought a hedge and we locked the rate. Like you would do it in a mortgage almost. We locked the rate back in July, I think it was, and closed in September at that locked rate. And rates did move, and so that turned out to be a nice hedge. And built that in and capitalized it in the project.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thanks for the presentation. It was really good. First of all, I want to say that I'm biased because in my comment, because I'm an Oregonian, I was born here. So these may come off a little biased. When you did have the comments, and I'm just thinking about, as we start thinking about P3s in this state, and we think about, we're already a state that some people might say is not the most business-friendly state. We have 2 Fortune 500 companies and Nike and Lithia Motors. There's an opportunity here, right? And so when I think about PCL, I run a construction company, so thank you for bringing them really out here. It's fun to see them now competing against everybody in this market. And I say that with full sarcasm. But when you think about these P3s, yeah, when you think about, and competition is important. So by no means am I saying it's not good to have competition. But when we think about P3s, European, Canadian firms are way ahead of us. So like, obviously, like even if we look at Williams' firm, you know, it's a subsidiary of a Quebec-owned company, right? Like they're ahead of us. The reason they're ahead of us is because they started doing this a long time ago.
Yep.
And what that does, it creates opportunities for collaboration. So you look at the equity partner and you look at the construction partner in PCLO, they're both Canadian-based companies. That makes sense. That's your biggest risk, right? So it makes sense that you would partner with somebody that you know, because these are huge risks. Saying that, there's an opportunity for us in this region, in this state, and I think we do a really poor job of thinking about businesses that are headquartered here. I think we do a horrible job at it, specifically in the city of Portland, and that's why you're seeing so many businesses leave, right? They're moving out of the city of Portland because the tax base is higher. I'm not one of those firms. There's an opportunity here if you create procurement, and I'm seeing other states do that, that emphasizes on locally headquartered companies.
Yep.
Because if you do that, what can happen, and I'm not gonna say this like I'm a competitor of all my competition, but using Hoffman, for instance, they're the largest privately owned company in the state of Oregon. You could argue that's because of Intel being here, right? And they've been able to grow through them, and they're a good company, and they do all the good, whatever.
Yep.
But that's created a lot of stability because you have people that work for that company, have ownership in that company, that all live in this market and invest back into this market.
Yep.
So to the elected officials here, what are your thoughts about putting policies in place to ensure that 20 years, 30 years from now, rather than the companies that are benefiting from these state and local dollars, right? It still is local dollars, and of course you're getting outside investment, as we understand, which can come from anywhere. There's a real opportunity here to invest in businesses that are headquartered here, and then they can be the businesses in the future that are going to other markets, including Canada, competing and bringing that money back to this state. There's an opportunity, and I think we oftentimes miss that opportunity in this state because we don't focus on the businesses that we have in this state. And we have really good businesses. I'm looking around the room of the architects and the construction companies that are here. But the last thing I'll put, these projects, as you said, the threshold is at 100 million. And when you create an RFP that says, we want you to give examples of 4 projects that you've done a P3 partnership on, that's $100 million. Well, guess what? It's not gonna happen from anybody here.
Right.
Period. I don't care how big the company is.
Can I answer that real quick?
Yep.
And then you can have your elected, because you're spot on everything. I used to manage the economic development function in Clackamas County as part of my responsibilities. I chaired the regional economic development, Green Light, Greater Portland, and all that stuff. So I was very, very engaged in economic development strategies for this region. Our driver was cost. My board gave me the direction to deliver the lowest cost project. And anytime you start building in requirements that would be perceived as constraints, you're gonna have a higher, I can guarantee you would have a higher cost project. Is it worth the investment? Yeah, I mean, some will make that decision. Port of Portland, the mass timber, all sourced locally, everything else. That was a very expensive project, a great demonstration project, but they were committed to the mass timber versus the lowest cost, you know, so what we did do though is we put in a lot of not requirements, but incentives to source labor locally, minority women-owned businesses, apprenticeship programs, a number of things so that we could start, you know, having some of the work over the last 3 years on this project stay in this community because the workers that they sourced and hired on a lot of them were local. A lot of the subs were local. So we still got a lot of local benefit. We just didn't require that the equity investor or the construction firm be from Oregon. And I'm a native Oregonian as well.
And by no means am I saying to mandate it, but I think we have to think about it, right? Because that's an investment to the future of the state.
Absolutely.
And I don't think we think about that enough as a state, and it's really important to think about, because if we're growing these companies here that are from here, they're going to stay here, even in the worst of times that we may have ahead of us, or some could argue are current. I'm not going to say that because I think we're a great state and a great city, but we have to think about that when we're looking at these.
No,
and I'm not saying we have to be able to be innovative, and I think the way you ran it was great, but I had to point that out because if you don't, when you create these RFPs, nobody but an out-of-state player is going to have the opportunity, period.
And I just wanted to share, we did consider it, and it was a part of that whole kind of development process. But we ultimately just, you know, tried to keep the constraints down to keep the cost.
So, electeds, what are your thoughts? Good idea.
All right, great. Well, I see Councilor Wong is here too, but I'll go first. Andrew, I think what you're describing is not just the moment, but it's the opportunity. And, you know, my take as one Metro Council, and I can't speak for the full Metro Council, is that there's a tremendous appetite right now to look at where our region is and what do we need to do, what do we need to do to get into this future where working families can thrive, but also Oregon companies can thrive. And so you have my commitment to work on that. And there's probably also, I feel like there's some cans that we've been kicking down the road as a state for a while, and that includes some structural changes around taxes and other things. And that will require a group of leaders around the metro area, I think, and across the state that can go down to Salem and say, this is what we want to see. So anyway, without bearing the lead there, I think it's a great opportunity, but you're right in terms of helping to position us for the future. But I see Councilor Simpson's back and Councilor Wong is here as well, and not sure if anyone else, don't want to miss anyone.
What was the question? I wasn't in here.
Andrew asked the question about a lot of...
I can repeat the whole thing.
It's about Oregon headquartered companies. It's about the growth that we can foster here, keep here.
Local sourcing.
Local sourcing. And the roles are the government's role, local government's role in supporting that economy. So,
Absolutely. I back that up with what Councilor Gonzalez is saying, because in the spirit of this whole endeavor, we're talking about innovation, and innovation really for our region in terms of not just the infrastructure, but again, how we get people to and from work and who we're becoming as a city and a region. Part of that is some new thinking, some fresh voices. I'm glad to hear Councilor Gonzalez. I mean, that's where the rub is for me, is this big conversation around tax structure and where we move forward, because at the end of the day, we miss out on a lot of opportunities because of that track structure. And if we don't have, I would say, the fortitude to have the hard conversation around how it impacts us and where the benefits could lie, doing nothing puts us back even further.
Yeah.
So I pass that to Councilor Wong if he has any comments.
Thank you, Andrew, for raising that point. I think, when we're trying to maximize public benefit, it's not just project by project, but I think we need to look and take a more holistic view of the economic development. So I think being able to grow and diversify our economy locally is, really high on my list, and I think for council's list as well. So yeah, we should definitely keep talking about that, especially as we think about kind of the RFQ and RFP processes that we'll have coming out.
And of those 8 teams that submitted too, we did have some local firms involved. I'm not gonna name them because we just went with our, but DL Architecture was on this winning team. Other teams had put together a combo of local and, yes, sir. Last question, I think, because we gotta move on to the
Okay,
agenda.
just real quickly, given the chaos, the financial chaos we find ourselves in right now, I mean, S&P down 5%, NASDAQ, I mean, really serious stuff, which we don't know when we'll be coming out of. I guess I would ask the developer side of this, and if we want to get this project started within the next year or two, how realistic is it that the private sector will have the ability to step up and do some of these projects when we don't know what the cycle is going to do tomorrow?
Excellent question. Will and I had that conversation when I first got here today, so I'll let him answer that one.
Thank you, Gary. I don't know. That's the basic answer. I wish I had a crystal ball or a better answer for you, but yeah, it's a very real question. The question of interest rates over the last few years have affected financial feasibility of projects. Inflation, same thing. But to Gary's point, I think we see this conversation happen all over the place. Of we can't afford this project, we can't afford it now, we can't afford this delivery model. And yet waiting, delaying, it never gets to a cheaper project. So that is the decision that has to be made then by the public side. Can you afford it now? And that's a very real question. There are plenty of projects that they don't pencil at that moment, so you can't, we can't move them forward. But there are ways to deal with scope, reductions or kind of right-sizing scope based on the financial, structure or situation. But that's the decision that you have to make kind of through the process and with your team.
Yeah. So, good question, but I always go back and look at history. Like in the 80s, we had double-digit interest rates, we had world crisis, we had oil, gas, geopolitical issues. Deals still got done. And how did they get done? Is because public owners buttoned up and then they started planning. So where I'm going with this is that as we go through these times of uncertainty, you prepare to come out through that storm. And that's what we're here today, is that when we go through this, we're going to look at seeing how we can afford this. What can we do now to prepare this when the stock market increases or business confidence comes back, interest rates go down? So I always look at the trend in the market. This is the greatest time right now to start planning. This is the greatest time to now look at what is a critical asset, what is a critical delivery model, and how are we going to approach this? And regardless of federal government, local government, state government, deals will get done at the end of the day. And it's up to the individuals in this room to ignore the headlines and everything like that and get to business. Because the constituents need us to get back to business. So that's my spiel on that.
Yeah, maybe one thought on that too is, I think the number of projects that we've seen most successful came out of the 2008 crisis. You have, jurisdictions that were really looking for alternative ways to get projects done, and some really, exciting ones. To Thomas's point, you see them come out of the, longer term planning and thinking about different ways of approaching projects. All right. So I think we're going to jump into some more case studies. We might jump through those quickly.
Yeah, well, you can select
Yeah.
DC Streetlight.
Okay, all right. So we'll review a very different project that was also delivered under P3 structure. For the District of Columbia, our capital, the city was looking at replacing all of its street lighting and chose a P3 delivery model for a variety of reasons. They liked the value of not just the delivery, but the long-term O&M. And so they selected a P3 delivery model that looks like a 15-year agreement, not 30, not 40, but 15. The reason for that length of term is that the district was really looking at the technology piece, the assets that were going to be replaced. The life cycle of a street light is much shorter. The replacement is much shorter than a courthouse or a road, for example. So in order to really right-size the term of the contract to match that technology, that asset, 15 years was selected. So what the team that was selected, including Plenary as lead, was responsible for was replacing all of the street lights across the district, and then will be responsible for making sure that they're operating appropriately for that 15-year term. What was really exciting about this is, as you might imagine, street lighting is one of those things that is difficult to ensure is operating appropriately across the entire district. And there's pretty significant differences in the communities that make up the district. And the way that the district had been previously managing replacement of assets was based strictly on their, was it 411 or 311, whichever, the phone number that you call in to get assets fixed or replaced. Differences in how communities engaged in that process resulted in really disequity across the community. Because now we as a team have responsibility for making sure all of the assets are working appropriately and we get paid back based on the operational performance of those assets, we have a much more proactive digital kind of solution where we are proactively going and replacing anything that is not functioning. So we have finished, completed the replacement of all of the assets across the district, and now we'll be operating those for the term of the contract. So you can see, I think the biggest takeaway here is the structure, the construct of the P3 delivery model is applicable across a wide variety of public assets. Again, street lighting, not a revenue generating asset, but part of the way that the district was able to achieve some of the financial feasibility on the project is the energy efficiency benefits of replacing some very old assets across this district to high efficiency LED solutions. All right, so back to more discussion of P3 delivery, kind of 101. The way that we think about this is, and we've talked about this a bit, every public infrastructure asset has the elements of design, build, finance, operate, maintain included in them. But we traditionally have taken a design, bid, build approach, which is to say linear process of designing, or selecting a designer, design a project, then bid that project design out to a contractor, select a contractor that will then deliver it. The public is the one entity responsible for financing that, typically using municipal bonds. They are still on the hook for repaying those municipal bonds regardless of what happens to the project, delivered on time, on budget or not. And they also own the responsibility for operating that asset and maintaining that asset. It works for plenty of assets. No question. It's a good solution for plenty of public infrastructure projects. There are, though, plenty that would benefit from greater integration with teams. Design build is one step in that direction. Thinking about how you design a project, but also then how you deliver it. And you can think about this process as you go along the linear kind of cycle or process of thinking about how you deliver projects. And P3 is kind of then on the other side of that spectrum of integrating all of those elements into a single team that is responsible for managing integration risk between designer, builder, contractor, or operator, or maintainer, and then wraps it all together in a financing mechanism. And that is really the lever that the public agency has to make sure that its assets are being delivered as obligated. So, kind of going along this process, CMGC, we're thinking about this process where you start to include a contractor a little bit earlier in the design and scoping process that the public sector might otherwise typically do. The benefit for a public agency is they get to get some gut check on how deliverable is this actual project actually. They get to opine on the design that the teams are working on. and they get paid for that. So there's some cost, which is to say that a public agency has to actually compensate a contractor during that process, but you get the benefit of that feedback to make sure that the design is actually going to be able to be constructed. What CMGC misses out on as well is it doesn't really take into consider the O&M, or it is the responsibility of the public sector, public agency to ensure that any of the O&M voices are included in that process. Design build. Again, it gets a little bit more closer to this integration or handing over responsible for integration, where a public agency is now combining the design and construction element into a single construction package and then bidding it out. So whichever team wins is responsible for managing both the design and construction elements together under a single price. So if there are any conflicts between the design and delivery piece, it is on it's on the private sector GC's ledger or side of the ledger. Once again, it's kind of a lump sum typically process, but it doesn't incorporate O&M. Progressive design build kind of is a bit of a combination of the CMGC and design build processes, where because a hard bid project or process doesn't allow quite as much collaboration with the GC and design build team or and design teams, the progressive process tries to ameliorate that a bit. And so what you're doing then is bringing on a design build team that can work on scope a little bit more directly with the agency on an individual kind of, not sole source, but you're selected and then eventually advancing the design to a place that is a little bit farther and more refined, which means that the price that the GC or design build team is eventually paying or committing to remove some of the contingencies that might otherwise exist in a standard hard bid design build process. The other way of saying that is, in a standard hard bid process, there's a certain level of design that each team is committing or putting a price against, and there's some elements of uncertainty in that. And in order to protect themselves, the design build entity is going to put in contingency, which is money, into that process. And when you have three different teams that are competing, it's great because you do have a level of competition that ensures you're not getting wildly inappropriate values. But it's quite possible that some of those contingencies are going to be the same no matter which team is bidding. And so the benefit of a progressive design build process is you are ideally reducing those hidden risks in a process and ideally getting to a lower price overall. I think Thomas actually has a great kind of saying on the three things you can do with risk, and we'll talk about it in a little bit. You can, what is it? Yeah, thank you. Sorry, Thomas.
So it's one of the things that I teach a lot is that with risk, the three things you can do with risk is you can transfer it to the private sector, you can retain it, which means hold on to yourself, or you can work really hard to eliminate it. And by doing those three things, you extract the value.
Yeah, that's right. So the value here in a progressive design build process by bringing on a team earlier is that you're ideally mitigating that risk. That's the kind of third option here. And so ideally, as a public agency, you're getting to a final price that is lower than what you might otherwise have gotten. The cost of a progressive process, whichever method you use, is that you are committing to a single team. And so you are, ideally kind of, you're locked into that margin that you've committed to a partner. And if you think that some of those risks are relatively knowable, a progressive process might not be as beneficial to you because you might get more value out of having competition in a hard bid process. Design build finance. So this is where you start to incorporate the finance element into the delivery construct. The benefit of this is you are, as a public agency, leaving the financing of the design build work off to a delivery partner. So they're holding all of the costs of the delivery process during the course of delivery. So you might do that as a public agency because you want to retain some financing cap for other projects, but you might also get benefit here because the design build entity is going to have a strong incentive to deliver this project on time and on budget because they're the one holding the cost. And they will not get paid that back until their project is handed back to the public agency for use. So we start to get into understanding where the value of financing is. By handing over all of that responsibility, the financial responsibility to the private entity, you're starting to incentivize them to think collaboratively in how to deliver the project as obligated. All of these things still don't really take into O&M. The risk and responsibility for O&M is still retained by the public agency. Again, for plenty of projects, that might be just fine. But as you start to get more complicated and sophisticated projects, you can start to see how the long-term cost of operating and maintaining an asset far outweighs any upfront savings you might have by retaining those responsibilities on the public side. So here's where we start to get into P3. And folks have sometimes a different definition of exactly where P3 starts and stops. Some might include design, build, finance as a P3 structure. Some might only think about a P3 as a design, build, operate, maintain with financing. Excuse me, I'm jumping ahead. So this is a design, build, operate, maintain, no financing. It's combining the O&M contract and the design, build contract into a single contract and retaining that financing element on the public sector side. So this is really getting to the integration point. You have the folks in the room that are thinking not just about how you design and construct a project, but how it will operate and be maintained over the life of that asset. So the value here is, you can think about a train as you kind of see this picture. You can imagine where a train is, the costs of operating and maintaining an asset like that are significantly on the total life cycle cost of the project. It really is outweighing the upfront design and construction costs. Even though we know rail is expensive to build, operating these assets is significant cost as well. So thinking about the best way to design a project so that you can operate it for cheaper starts to get into the value of long-term thinking. I think a good example here is the length of a train and the cost, length of a station. Significant costs in rail projects are rail stations, and if you can reduce the size of that rail station, you potentially can see a significantly lower cost over a 50-year term for your asset. You can think of the same thing of a courthouse. You think about what it might cost to transport folks through insecure portions of your courthouse. Perhaps it makes more sense to have an extra elevator in there. It might cost a little bit more up front, but if you think about what it might cost otherwise, have an asset that's not functioning for the course of that term, you can see where there's benefit of thinking collaboratively and long term. And so P3. For plenary, P3 is where you include finance and you think about the long-term performance of an asset. It is tying together all of the different elements, the 5 key elements of a project, into a single contract where that private entity is the one responsible for managing the integration of design and build, the long-term O&M, and then wrapping it all together as a single contract under the financing mechanism. As Gary kind of laid out on the courthouse project, some of the elements of that process are you have a design build entity that is thinking about the design and construction together, but also incorporating how is that asset actually going to operate and what is it going to take to maintain it over the life of a 30 or 40-year term. And that entity is not going to be repaid until it is actually handed over and operating for a public sector agency. And there are performance obligations that entity has agreed to. And so if there are any issues with the operations, if they don't meet that contractual obligation, the public agency has the right to reduce the amount that it's paying that entity. And because that entity has financed that work, put its own money into the project, it is then driven to think about a project from a more performance-based standpoint, from a longer-term perspective. And that drives different thinking than you get in some of these less integrated design approaches or procurement approaches. The last one we talked about a little bit earlier, it's the progressive approach to a P3. You have the opportunity to, rather than hard bid, which is to say any teams that's put together, they put a full proposal together. that if selected, they are then ready to move forward, finalize the contract, but it's effectively ready to go. Under a progressive model, for a variety of reasons, the public agency might say, well, we want to have someone come in that is going to think about this long term, but we haven't quite finished our thoughts around scope, and maybe it would be useful to have their thoughts as we move through this process. I will say, I noted earlier there are some positives and negatives to these approaches, and you could probably apply some of these to all of the progressive versus hard bid delivery model approaches. In a technology-heavy solution, in a project that has maybe significant environmental or hazardous conditions, in a situation where the funding picture may not be fully identified, but is contingent upon decisions for design or technology approach, a progressive model might make more sense because it means that you have a developer that can come in and help you think through some of those complicated questions that you may not want to commit to upfront, that can significantly affect your long-term performance of your project. The costs, though, you are again committing to a single team and a single price. And in a case where your scope, your performance outcomes, in the case of courthouse, it is likely better for you to select a hard bid project because you can get the most value out of having fully baked teams that have all of the thoughts and can commit on a competitive basis to an approach. I think it speaks a little bit to what Gary was talking about where the county had really been so focused on cost. A hard bid process really allows you to get to a final, very certain kind of value. So how do you decide as an owner? We've kind of implicitly talked about all of these elements. Again, we'll say it. We talk about P3 as one, quiver in your, or one arrow in your quiver, one tool in your toolbox. What you're doing is weighing the different elements of your project and then deciding on a delivery model that is appropriate for that context. What are the resources? You talk about the fact that traditional delivery, for the most part, most public agencies are probably relatively well-resourced to do traditional delivery, but they may not be so well-placed to advance a P3 project. But there are ways around that. You bring on advisors that can help you think about it. What is the private sector going to bring to a project? Do you have the community of developers or other delivery, private delivery partners that can deliver a project? Again, you can ameliorate some of those issues if you don't have it locally. You can do engagement with the industry and industry advocates as well. Projects risks. Again, as a public agency, I think for a lot of pretty traditional projects, the risks and can manage them pretty well. But when you start to think about very complex projects, you might get a lot of value from innovation, from experiential delivery from other places, by bringing in a private partner that can kind of think about these projects or the issues together. And then what are the objectives? If you are just interested in managing those assets yourself, P3 may not be the right solution for you. If you want a partner that can help augment staff, that can help bring in innovation, and then help think about a performance-based contracting structure, thinking farther along in a continuum of project delivery options might make more sense. So, another way of kind of looking at it, all of those different delivery models that we looked at, really, it's the kind of three dimensions of thinking about which model is most appropriate for you. And that's really what you do on a qualitative and quantitative basis as a public agency with your advisors to think through which of these models really makes the most sense for you. So I'm not going to go through this long list of matrix, matrix of different considerations. But again, this is, we saw this a little bit, in fact, in Gary's kind of analysis of which delivery model makes sense. You think through all of these different elements and really can come to a solution on, a defensible approach to which delivery model makes the most sense. All right, so a little bit more detail on what an actual P3 looks like. So we've seen this a bit already. The fundamental value of a P3 delivery is there is a single entity that a public agency has that they are dealing with on the other side of the ledger. The development team sets up a special purpose vehicle. It's a legal entity that owns that contract with the public agency, and it is in the financing goes into that special purpose vehicle to deliver its obligations. And again, the financing is really what creates this incentive structure to ensure that that special purpose vehicle is doing what it needs to do. The special purpose vehicle is set up and as its own project-specific entity for the benefit of all of the players involved in this project. Rather than plenary owning a project on its books directly, we set up this legal entity so that if there are issues on other projects elsewhere, you as a county, you as a city, you as a regional entity are not affected by anything happening elsewhere. Let's say plenary goes bankrupt, let's say an issue happens on a different project somewhere else. Because this legal entity exists and owns this contract and still has all the financing, it will continue to run as it's supposed to, absent any issue within that project. And so that's really the value of setting up this entity. And then the entity is responsible for contracting to the parties, again, best able to manage each of the elements of the project. So on the design build side, you have an agreement with the design build entity, a general contractor and a design build or designer. And then on the O&M side, a facilities maintenance firm or an operational firm or others that then hold that responsibility for that element. But again, it all flows to the single entity. Plenary is one example of a development entity. Fengate is another, and there are plenty of other examples in the market of developers that manage these at that middle SPV level. So some of the trade-offs. I think you kind of have seen here, and we've touched on it a few times, these are complicated projects. It gets to the same question of why 100 million is sort of the rule of thumb of size. The complexity of projects matters. It matters where funding is coming from. I think the big question that you see, is this owner control question. There is some element of handing over responsibility for how projects are managed, and this has come up in some of the questions as well. And so as a public agency, you have to decide how much control are we willing to give up versus how much value do we get out of having a performance-based contracting structure. I would say one of those considerations is particularly relevant for the Expo Center, where you think about programming as a pretty critical part of a facility like this. Is that something you want to retain as a public agency, or is that something you are comfortable with handing over to a private entity to manage? If you hand it over, that entity might be more willing to give you more money or consideration in a deal. If you're not, they might be less willing to kind of commit to some risk element in that project, which is to say, if you have full control over programming, there's a certain type of development entity that would be willing to enter into a contract with you, and they're willing to give a certain amount of financing, not funding, but financing, versus if you're willing to hand over that full responsibility, there might be plenty of operators that would say, we'll actually pay you for that value. But you have to decide as a public owner, are you comfortable with someone else getting priority in your programming? Same kind of questions. I think the cultural question had come up earlier, and it's a great one. There are abilities to define very specific outcomes, but sometimes those come with costs. And if you're comfortable with specifying certain design elements, whether it's materials or colors or fixtures, you have to recognize that you may not get quite as much innovation in your outcome, and that might be fine. But again, it depends on your project and what your outcomes are for you to determine which one makes the most sense. Actually, this is probably a good place to say also, we often gloss over the point of O&M, operations and maintenance. Most of the time when we're saying O&M, the vast majority of what we're referring to is the maintenance element. It is fixing the HVAC system, replacing the flooring, roofing, other kind of big systematic elements in your building or your facility. It's less about the operations. However, operations can be included in a P3, but there are plenty of deals that don't have that. So again, think about an Expo Center, talking about the programming question. There are plenty of deals that it's just fine that you can have the design and construction and the maintenance all wrapped into a financing deal without any of that operational responsibility on the private sector side. The public agency, Metro, can take that and retain that responsibility, and that is a perfectly acceptable P3 delivery approach. I could say the same sort of thing, you could think about the courthouse in the same way. The private party is responsible for delivering and managing the maintenance of that courthouse project. They're not providing any of the judges. They're not making sure that there's security. There are other elements that are continuing to stay on the county and state side.
Will, quick question.
Yeah.
We have a lot of construction-related requirements as a regional government. Green building, percent for art, development of workers, those kinds of things. And then you also heard a question earlier today about cultural representation, not just like who's working at the site, but through fixtures and fabrics and furnishings and colors.
Absolutely.
Do we assume then that on your previous slide, that all comes into play with how the public entity funds this? In other words, the partner will do what we ask of them or require of them, but we have to seek the funds for those kinds of things. Is that roughly accurate?
Yeah, that is correct. And I mean, I don't think I could have said it better myself, because that's typically what I will say. We as a development, community generally are going to respond to your procurement, your requirements. If there are sustainability requirements, if there are certain cultural elements like material choices or other kind of design considerations, we will respond to that. But it comes with a cost sometimes, and we will be happy to deliver what you're looking for. The flip side is, do you have the financial capacity to pay for those elements? And look, we will respond to whatever you want. We have no opinion on what you're looking for. We do care that you have the money to pay for it. And that's going to be the case whether you use municipal bonding or you use private financing. Those are choices that you make as a public agency. So, yeah. Perhaps a quick second to ask if folks have questions. Yeah.
Yeah, this might be a little down in the weeds, but is there any way you can speak kind of quickly between the difference between a concessionaire structure for an availability payment or a 6320 tax exempt bond financing, and when one might be appropriate versus the other for a public agency?
Yeah, good timing. So it is interesting. So stepping back, I think what a lot of folks in the US think about when they think P3 is typically a tax exempt sort of structure that often is a public agency having an asset like land or some other public asset that they want to monetize. They want to generate some revenue. Maybe it's excess land that they want to hand over to a private party to develop private uses on and therefore generate either tax revenue or underlying ground lease value or both. Sometimes it's a build-to-suit under a tax-exempt structure, which is to say, you lease the underlying land to a private developer. They then develop those improvements, that asset, on a build-to-suit basis, and then lease that space back to a public agency. Those are different structures from a lot of what we've talked about here, the availability payment or revenue risk concession deals, in that under a full monetization project process, what you're really doing is you're focused on generating revenues. You build housing, you build commercial uses, other things. There's some redevelopment value, there's some benefits to building more housing and other intangibles, but by and large the point is to generate revenue on land that's sort of excess to a public agency. Perfectly legitimate project. The purpose is about generating revenue. Under a build-to-suit, nonprofit or 501c3 kind of structure, what you're doing is, again, taking that approach, but for a public asset. And often, the reason a public agency would be using that model is largely it's an alternative financing mechanism. The reason they might choose the 501c3 is it's typically an all-debt structure. By definition, all debt is going to be cheaper than a debt plus equity investment structure. So if you have all debt, it's going to be relatively equivalent to a municipal bond structure. And so what you're really driving at is a public asset that's financed often off book that is delivered for largely the same sort of financing costs as a municipally funded financed project. What's important here, though, is the distinction then between the availability payment model and the revenue risk model kind of concession deals. The AP structure is typically a taxable financing model. So like for like, it is going to be more expensive than a nonprofit structure because there is equity involved and there's taxable debt. But what you get out of that structure is the skin in the game. The equity investors and the lenders into that deal are going to be much more involved in the project for the term of that contract, for that 30 or 40-year term, than a nonprofit structure, because the debt owned by a nonprofit structure is a separate entity from the developer that manages the signing of the contract and the overview of the O&M responsibilities. If the O&M isn't working as it's supposed to, the decision on walking away from that is much easier in that kind of structure, and that debt is then still held by that nonprofit entity. And so, yes, like for like, it is likely a more expensive financing structure to use an availability payment or concession model, but that is often swamped by the value of performance-based contracting, of long-term O&M, proactive O&M, designing a building that is easier to maintain. You think about, I think the classic example is in a courthouse, again, a traditional delivery to get the lowest cost to build, an asset, is you put in carpet. It's cheap to install, and it's easy to do. Well, in a P3, you're often going to get terrazzo flooring, much more expensive, but the difference in value over 30, 40, 100 years is significant. Terrazzo, you're probably not replacing over that term. Carpeting, you're probably replacing every 5 years. What's the cost of that? And what is the impact to your program doing that consistently every 5 years for 30 years? You can see the value of a slightly higher cost to install terrazzo up front, because you get a lot better value for that term. And that's driven by a equity investor who's thinking about, how do I make sure I get that return? And I'm able to most easily meet my obligations in that contract. The last kind of revenue risk element is a public agency is saying, we think that this deal can stand on its own. You think about a toll road, it's a very classic example. And we want someone else to manage all of the responsibility, and we're going to give that responsibility to them. So they'll structure a deal where it is a revenue generating asset. They'll set rates so that they can make sure that they get their financing paid back, and they'll deliver and operate that asset, again, to right size that. Student housing is another good example that kind of takes that, and then there's others like parking and other kind of assets. So you can kind of see the different contractual, structural differences. Each of them has their place, but they have different purposes. Any other questions? All right. Kind of walk through this. So lease-back structure gets to the point about the nonprofit entity is separate from the developer. The developer can manage the signing of the contract, the contracting for the design build, and the O&M elements, but at the end of the day, there's less of a relationship over the long term between the public agency and that entity that holds the debt. But again, perfectly acceptable solution for plenty of circumstances. I imagine we'll share this deck as well, so yeah. Another kind of asset that is actually, at the end of the day, relatively similar contracting structure, but it's an interesting one. It's the monetization. So it's taking existing assets that are owned by the public and getting some upfront value from a private entity to then manage that asset on the public's behalf for that contract term. So one of the good examples that we've seen pretty popular in the market recently are energy systems. So you think about a district energy system. Whatever entity, let's say a healthcare entity, has a on-site energy generation system. They are much more focused on the provision of healthcare for their users, but they still need that energy system to work. What they have said is, we will bid out the value of the operations to a private party. They will pay us upfront for any future costs, and we'll have some performance metrics required in that process for some upfront value. And so different teams will compete and they'll say, well, we can operate it most efficiently and we'll meet your, say, sustainability goals for a 50-year term. And we think we can give you the best value, and they'll put in a price for that contract during that bid process and compete on other similar teams. And so what you're really doing is, as a public agency, getting the benefit of private operations and innovation, while also kind of offloading the operational responsibility. And so you can focus on your core mission, whatever that happens to be. So it's typically for projects that there's some revenue generation, but like an energy system, not necessarily. Think of parking as another good example here. All right, risk allocation. Risk is like the key, I think, point of what drives the value of P3. As we've said, risk is inherent in every infrastructure project. And so what public agencies ought to be doing is determining what delivery model, based on the risks of that project, are going to be best suited to ameliorate and reduce those risks and therefore costs. Very simple bucket of risks that within each of those are probably like high level examples. There's a million risks in projects. I think we all know what they are. So the point of value for money is getting to the right delivery model that is going to reduce risks as much as possible. Because, again, for the projects that you're most familiar with delivering, you've done a million times, you have the in-house capabilities, you don't think that there's a lot of black swans there that can really blow up the project cost or timeline, it probably makes sense for you to retain responsibility. On the other side, you could go and hand over every single project risk to a private party, but the private party is going to charge you for it. Handing over risk costs money, and if you're going all the way to the other side of the continuum here, you don't want to pay for that. It makes projects financially infeasible. So the real value for these projects, P3s aren't about handing over all risks. It's about right-sizing the risk allocation to the parties best able to manage them. Again, that's not a P3 thing. That is a project delivery point. You can retain all the risks because you might be comfortable with them and the costs might not be bad. On the other side, you want to hand over maybe a lot of risks because you think that they are potentially expensive and someone else might be able to manage them better. So value for money. This is really the kind of core point of this analysis. It's saying if you're looking at all of these risks, you're pricing them out, does it make more sense for us to retain them? Does it make more sense for us to handle them off, or does it make more sense for us to share them in some way? And you're going through this process for every kind of project, you start to look at, okay, well, what is the baseline cost to build the project? As we noted, a P3 process might actually be slightly more expensive to build because you're thinking about more expensive fixtures or assets from a long-term performance standpoint. We talked about the fact that the financing is more expensive because municipal bonding is like for like, less expensive than taxable debt and equity. But if you are handing over risks of the project to a private party that can manage them better while retaining some elements, you can't hand over everything, but handing over a lot of those to a private party might mean, like for like, it is more valuable for you to enter into a P3 agreement versus a traditional delivery model. I've seen plenty of these value for money analyses done where maybe it is slightly better to do a P3 or worse, and the public agency decides we don't want to do a P3, but you can actually stand behind having done the analysis. And this is a quantitative and qualitative process. It is not a scientific final answer. It is a process that you need to kind of run through to get that gut check of whether one approach makes more sense or not.
Well, there's also that point of who's the best positioned to manage the risk. So when you look at that element.
That's right, yeah, exactly. The risk isn't necessarily often going away. It is a private party better able to manage it in some way versus you as a public agency, yeah.
So on the base cost, what all is involved in that? And the premise of my question really comes down to, if there's situations where the private sector is willing and able to handle it, it's not a situation where the government must own the building, then what is the cost? I'm trying to understand why government would want to be in this and assume any risk. You kind of alluded to it, that government may pay, but if it's I'm thinking of like a solid waste transfer station. I don't know that the private sector here in Oregon would be able and willing to do that, but if they were, what's the benefit to government for getting into this? And going back to my initial, what's the base cost? Because if the private sector takes on more of that.
Yeah, so, I mean, what we think about from the public sector comparator is a traditional delivery. And why a public sector entity might want to retain responsibility for delivery. They like having control over, the project, which is to say they can, if they did a design bid build process, they know what design they're going to get because they've worked with a single designer to fully design, 100% design documents. They're, very clear and have complete control over that process. Then they can bid that out to a single contractor and they select that single contractor based on that design. There are plenty of instances where a public agency is just fine to go through that process. What is inherent in that is often undervalued is what is the time cost of going through individual bids for both? What is the integration issue? So if a contractor says, actually that design isn't workable, who owns that risk? Well, in a design bid build process, the public agency has to manage that integration responsibility. They bought that design and that designer kind of walks away. But often a public agency is fine with doing that. And for projects that they are comfortable and familiar with, that works just fine. But on larger and more complex projects where there maybe is value for innovation, there's a significant value for having a design builder thinking together and maybe an operator thinking in that process. That's where you start to get value from, moving down the continuum to a P3 delivery model. So the base cost is more or less the same, but perhaps slightly different in that a private entity might be able to bring in innovations that the public sector hasn't been able to think about. They might be able to think about longer term investments that even if a public agency wanted to, is just institutionally impossible for them to do it, as value engineering good ideas out. That's where you start to get that value for a P3 delivery. That's where you get differences in the base costs and why a public sector entity might be willing and interested in having a private sector entity take that responsibility.
Well, I think the other piece of that question would be a third model here, which we privatize.
Yeah, that's right.
Transfer 100% of the risk and you have a private only. Right, that's exactly what I was thinking about, because in the situation like with a transfer station, the government isn't running the transfer station, the private sector is, so.
So in that case,
out of the business completely.
Yeah, so that's the question is it a public, is there value for the public owning that asset? Then that's a different question. It's quite possible that having a private entity do that, either, contracting that fully or just completely selling off any of that assets, absolutely.
Right, and I understand that land ownership can play a factor in that too. Yeah. Thank you. And you give up control, any kind of control, other than just regulatory.
Yep. We've kind of talked about risk allocation and again, if there's any takeaway from the risk kind of discussion, it's that P3s aren't going to remove risk. You can't hand over all of that responsibility. It's about appropriately transferring it to the parties best able to manage them. Let's see, other two, financial risk, in the case of a private financing structure, once we're committed to a financing proposal, it's on us to deliver that, and then we manage that debt and equity piece. That becomes our responsibility as a private developer, private investor. The other kind of side of that is if we're taking revenue risk, we're taking all of the risk on sufficient revenues being generated from that asset. And then technical, clearly if you're handing over the design build and the O&M to a private party to manage, they're the ones that are going to think, have to think through those pieces. It's incumbent upon them to meet their performance obligations however they can. All right, picking the right advisors. just like picking your partners, it's engaging with the market to make sure that you're selecting folks that can bring you home, that are going to build the best team to deliver your project, to develop the process and deliver your project, and engage. This is kind of taking the same sort of stuff that we've talked about and just bringing it to earlier in the process. It's making sure that you do have a project that is, there's a need, making sure that you have a goal for the project, and then being able to identify where you need that augmentation. As a developer, generically we say it's unlikely that you'll get value out of kind of skimping on one or the other of the 3 legs or 4 legs of that advisory team. But how you need to augment it, your internal staff, the timeline for when you bring on advisors and how they work together, those are different and unique for each owner and each project context. So we talked about the 3 legs of the stool. I've started to think about 4, and it's actually sort of implicit in our material here anyway. Financial, those are the folks that are going to think through all of the funding and financing questions of your project. The technical, relatively familiar for most public agencies, and they're often the same entities that you would have for any project, any delivery model. They're the folks that think through the technical aspects of your project. And then legal. Legal are going to make sure that your contract, that your process is P3, or you have enabling legislation in your jurisdiction, that the contract you sign is market, that whatever developers you're engaging with have agreed to these terms before and they're comfortable with them, and that it protects yourself, you have good governance structure for the terms, because these are long projects and you want to make sure that there's the right amount of flexibility in your contract. The 4th kind of leg that I think we started to add more frequently now is that community engagement, public engagement, stakeholder engagement piece, critical for the success of your projects. You want to make sure that these are community assets. They need to serve the community, and so there needs to be some avenue for the voice of stakeholders and users and the community in the process. On the other side, we've talked about communication. So it's communication with stakeholders, communications with decision makers, and any other kind of interested parties. You need someone to help make sure that that engagement stays consistent through these sometimes long procurement processes. So as we noted, each advisor brings different kind of skills and capabilities. That's within technical, legal, financial, but also within companies. And you'll often see different mix of firms for different advisors. Some are good in certain types of assets. Some are good in both legal and financial. There's a lot of technical and financial advisors. So it's making sure that those teams and the individuals that will be working on your project fit your need and work together, and then fit your governance structure well. Yeah, so we've talked about this as well. I think, from the developer side, I'll say one of the hallmarks of a very successful process is you see consistent engagement with, really everyone involved in the process. It's the stakeholders when you're, starting to define your project goals. It is the decision makers as you're going through a procurement, so you can justify why you chose a delivery model, why you are going through your process as you are, and the implications of making a decision. It's the development teams before a procurement starts, during a procurement, and then it's the governance structure afterwards. You want advisors that can help you think about formulating a process that will get good responses, and you want to think about what that governance structure looks like internally and with your private partner after you've selected them and after it's delivered. I think that's one of the areas that often is neglected in these processes. What happens after a project is up and running? You have this contract and you have folks that are often not included in the design, procurement process, maybe until later in the process and during the delivery stage. You need everyone that's going to be having oversight in the project involved in these discussions as the process moves along. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of, I think the key takeaway for this is consistent engagement, communicating as appropriate with all the stakeholders and parties involved. And, you know, there's of course a balance between not giving everyone every opportunity to stop the process, but making sure that they feel like they have a voice and their voice is reflected in the eventual outcome. You know, kind of talked about this as well. I think, you know, part of my job is to engage with owners and understand or assess what projects or opportunities are most interesting for us to get involved in. And the more that we can engage with an owner to think about what kind of project they will be doing, and then during the procurement process to provide feedback if there are issues with the proposed contract, maybe design issues that are popping up or other kind of elements, the more that you can communicate with responding teams, the more engagement you'll get and the better outcome you'll have. I think, just, you know, speaking of the Clackamas process, the engagement was excellent, and you see it with 8 teams responding, 3 that were shortlisted, and you know, I think 2 very good final responses at the end.
Will, what does a firm like yours look for when you decide whether or not it's worth your time?
Yeah, that's a great question.
To assemble a proposal for something like this.
Yeah, it is a lot of what we've talked about already. It's, you know, has the funding, well, I think the most important, have the goals been set up, and has the agency consistently committed to those goals? Does it appear like, you know, its decision-making process is going to continue to focus on you know, ranking and understanding what it wants eventually from a project? If that's pretty undefined, then the project is clearly not defined, and it's something that is unlikely to get to a final decision. What's the need? Is the project pretty critical? Is the public agency going to commit to it? Is it something that has been identified and defined, and, you know, you can see a reason why a public agency would want to see it through? Courthouse, great example. Are the right advisors on? That really is an important one. If you've got, you know, a good advisory team, far more likely that we would engage in a process, because one, you know, the advisor is going to know how to engage the market, but we also know on the other side that the structure of the process and the eventual contract is something that we are likely going to be able to agree to. Funding, you know, is the funding identified or reasonable in some way, so that, again, it's not aspirational thinking. You know, the project's not just hopefully going to work. It's, no, we know what our goals are, and we know that we have funding to meet those goals. I think there might be a few more, but I think those are some of the most important ones. Yeah. All right. I think that might be it, Thomas. Any other questions? Yeah.
Yeah. We've talked about value for money analysis, technical, legal, financial advisors, and then you've obviously got development, P3 through construction. At what point do those costs become part of the project, and which of those costs and what dollar levels, range of order of magnitude, does the government need to front in order to get it ready to go out to RFP and then develop?
Yeah, it's a good question. It's definitely one that I hear often. It's expensive to bring on advisors. We don't have the financial capabilities to do so. You know, that is a cost that is just inherent in these projects. They're big and complicated, and you're going to be paying a lot of them anyway, whether you do a traditional delivery or a P3. P3 probably does have more upfront work, though what you're buying is that long-term value. You really are probably going to be spending the same amount in terms of advisory work either way. For the big projects. One of the ways that you can address that is, you know, you might front that money, you pay the advisors up front, but then get recouped for that money via capitalizing that cost, which is to say the financing for a P3 deal might include some money to pay for that advisor work. You as an owner are still paying for it. You are just capitalizing it. Yeah, you're kind of paying through the financing. There are other sources of grants, and there have been sources of grants and money that start to pay for some of this P3 planning work from the federal level. Not sure where some of that lands at the moment, but There are sources there. I actually don't have a good sense though for what the percentage of the cost of the project, what as a ratio, what the advisory work is.
I know, put you on the spot. Should we assume it's like 7 to 10 million, like a million to 10, or is it less than a million? Like, just give us an order.
Yeah, Tom might. Yeah. Yeah, fair. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good question. Every transaction that I've seen and worked on is very, very different, and it depends on what level you want to bring up the due diligence and how much work you've already done beforehand. So it's how long's a piece of string. I don't want to throw out any numbers because they're going to be very wrong. So it's not a big transportation project where that could be into tens of millions of dollars. So you might want to.
I was just gonna offer, we had a planning budget, and we negotiated with the state of Oregon as a part of that grant funding. I'm going from memory, I think we had 2.5 million, 3 million budgeted for all that lead up to issuing of the RFQ. We paid it out of pocket, we paid it from our general fund, and we got reimbursed from the state for their piece. So we budgeted that, and then we're budgeting the long-term availability payments as a separate cash flow. But we did out of pocket upfront, knowing that if the board didn't approve it moving forward, that was just a sunk cost. It was a cost of doing the analysis.
What advice do you have for electeds, locally and nationally, when we talk about these with our constituents? Like, often I'll just hear like, oh, these partnerships, they're just handouts to rich developers, or why are we privatizing this, aspect of government? Is that going to reduce kind of the, effectiveness of that program or whatever? So like, how have other jurisdictions handled that?
Yeah, great question, because it is something that comes up all the time. Whether it's, you're building a Taj Mahal, or you're outsourcing and getting this off the backs of public sector workers or whatever. The way that availability payment or even a revenue risk kind of concession work it's about taking a long-term perspective on your asset, which is what we don't do. As public agencies, we just take the kind of immediate decisions now, and it leads to this long-term deferred maintenance issue where we then have to decide, do you pay for the firefighter or do you pay to fix the leak in the roof? And we don't want to be in that place. We want to be in a place where we can do both. And that is what these models are really aiming to do. And realistically, there is a lot of value for locking in not just maintenance, but preventative maintenance, so that you're not paying for replacing a building 30 years before you should. You're building in that kind of long-term performance approach. And so that's the flip side of that is people say, well, this is supposed to cost $100 million to build. Why is it $500 million? And it's like, well, you're comparing apples to oranges, because in this $100 million case, that's strictly for the cost to build it, versus this P3 approach, which is for 40 years, you're capturing all of the costs to not just design and build the asset, but to maintain it as well. And we don't capture that $400 million difference in any of the way we communicate or think about our public infrastructure now. And so we need to start thinking about what does it cost if we build this nice shiny building. What is it actually going to cost us as a city, as a county, as a region to do that? And that's really what P3 starts to get at.
And what are the best messengers or forums, right? I think that's kind of I understand the benefits better now, but we still need to convince our stakeholders, right?
Yeah, and if you think of it from this perspective, that's looking at it from the cost of long-term operation maintenance is, when do you want this asset done?
Yeah.
Right, when do you want the courthouse? When do you want this activity center completed? So if we used to look at a traditional way, we'd have to save up. It would be pay as you go. How long is that going to take? Run those numbers. It could be 10 years, it could be 15 years. And then you've got the compounded construction costs on top of that. So does it get to a point where unlocking the private sector and just paying that little bit more to deliver an asset in, say, 3 years to 5 years? What's the difference between waiting another 10 to be able to have the money in the bank? So you've got to look at it from that perspective too. Is it worth a little bit more upfront to be able to deliver that critical asset today. And a lot of owners will be like, yes, we need to be able to deliver better infrastructure for our constituents, but how do we do it with limited resources? Well, you go into the leveraging the P3 model to be able to try and deliver that, as long as it adds value. That's the key here. If the model adds the value, then we should look at it. But if it doesn't add the value, then you shouldn't look at it. So it comes down to doing the analysis, putting that business case together, and then looking at that value for money as one of the metrics. It's not the most important metric. It's one of several metrics, risk transfer. But at the end of the day, what are you trying to achieve? And people like to understand, what are we trying to achieve through this model?
I think one of the other interesting conversations, it raised it already, I think, but for the Expo Center specifically, that the question that will come up, and you've seen this around the country, where a private operator will say, yeah, we'll come in and build this, we'll fund it, and just let us have this responsibility. And there are plenty of places that would be fine with that. It comes down to a public policy decision. Are you comfortable as a public agency with handing over programming responsibility to someone else? And that may make sense because they are bringing funding that you might not otherwise be able to get, or just makes sense. You don't need to manage that. But for plenty of places, you do, and citizens might be comfortable with saying, yeah, we are willing to subsidize in some level the cost of developing this because it's a public asset, and we want right of first refusal, or we want first priority on this programming schedule, or whatever. So that is, I think, being forthright about that. There are trade-offs. It's like any public infrastructure. There are trade-offs in control and approach and the funding question, all of that. So.
Yeah, and one last thing on that is that, remember, you always control the asset. This is not privatization. This is, you have total control of this asset. And the way that you write the contract determines on what risks you transfer and what risks you retain. And if you want to retain operational control over a certain element of it, then you can write that into the contract. But you've got to understand that that's now your contractual obligation for the next 20, 30 years. So you've got to be very careful of that as well. What are you trying to achieve? All right, what goal, what's the North Star? And I think that's the key here in a P3 is like, is it going to be the right model to be able to achieve that North Star? So, thank you.
That
Any public asset should be required to have a life cycle costing component to it. Because how often do we see schools get built and everything else, and they try to sell it on the low cost of construction. But then 20 years from now, they need a bond to replace it because of all the deferred maintenance that wasn't baked into the true all-in ownership costs. And it depends on the asset class, but for a public agency, if you do that privately, you bear the risk. If your house needs to be replaced, you bear that. But if we build a public facility, then the public's put at risk to replace that.
Your comment, raised a question in my mind. Are there any examples where, we talked about programming as an example, where that responsibility or even the maintenance is a shared responsibility? So it's not an either or, either turning it over to quote unquote the private sector or actually having the public sector manage it. So have you had any experience in seeing that, a sharing?
Yeah, so there's sort of two different questions embedded in that point. And that was sort of my fault for conflating the two a bit, because there are plenty of instances where an operator would be more than happy to operate, manage the identification of, tenants and the programming. But if they are then kicking in money into the deal, they are going to want to retain control over that because they are going to prioritize the highest revenue generating programming, which may conflict with what your, ideal programming is for that asset. So there are plenty of things, in fact, there are, direct service contracts were strictly about operations. You could see that same kind of structure exist with within a P3 where the private party has responsible for identifying tenants and managing the schedule, but that is separate from the revenue collection element. But as long as they have some revenue element, they need to get some money back from whatever the tenants is, the kind of programming, the schedule. That's where they are going to want much more control over that because they're going to want to make sure that they're getting their return. So not in the US. Most of these deals are not, the kind of heyday, is still pretty young. In the US, there's not a lot of deals that have actually gone through the full process. The kind of modern conception of this DBFM structure that we're familiar with really started in the UK, and they're only now starting to see the hand back, the end of the 30 or 40-year terms for those contracts. So, yeah, it's a good question. It's definitely something that folks are starting to think about, like what does this look like in reality? Yeah.
Just on that, AI is leading the forefront on this, and we are putting out white papers so we can better inform not only the advisory community but also the owners on what you should think about when you unwind this or actually hand back or get that asset handed back to you after, say, 20, 30 years. So we are very much working on this because it is a real world problem right now. So thank you for that question. Looking for more questions. Yeah.
Could you speak a little bit about the guarantees on the private side? So, companies get bought out, labor costs change, things go bankrupt. What guarantee does the public sector have that they're going to see the review of performance? Are there remedies in the legal agreement? What's the sort of guarantee of, I mean, you had that chart, right, that showed the risk going down if you do this P3, but certainly it doesn't eliminate all the risk. And so how is that usually handled?
I have a lawyer.
Yes. Yes, there are going to be remedies. There's going to be covenants between the parties in terms of who's supposed to be delivering what, at what time, and what place. And in the event that those deliverables aren't met, there'll be a process outlined for, notifying of failure to deliver a particular task and a process for fixing that. And in the event that it's not fixed, there's off-ramps and penalties and anything that's negotiated in the course of dealing with your contract and setting up your bargain with your developer partner, it's going to be in that contract. So the more you think about it up front, how you want it to be delivered, what your expectations are, negotiating that process through is the important part.
Is it similar to like a construction contract where if the contractor doesn't perform, there's a bondholder there that backstops it?
Yeah, there are plenty of financial, either pots of money or financial instruments in the deals that, just as the SPV stands alone as its entity for that reason, there are pots of money in case the contractor isn't performing and needs to be replaced, whether the developer isn't performing and needs to be replaced, and those are the guarantees that the public agency has if there are issues. Yeah. And in fact, it is even kind of more complicated or sophisticated in that way because, like, we as an equity investor, if we are not performing, the debt investors actually care. They have an oversight on our performance, and so we have to report to them consistently. And if worst case happens and we're not performing, the lenders can step in, replace us as a developer. So you as a public agency, you obviously care about that process, but you're not the first one managing that. You actually have other folks that are much more invested in that process, which is partially why it's a very different structure from the 501c3, where that's not really the case.
I was just going to mention exactly what he just said. We had that question come up, especially from the state of Oregon, the legislators. And they said, we're putting half money in. What happens if this SPV goes away? The bank's equity goes away first. Banks get paid before equity gets paid. So if that equity partner disappears, then the banks step in. And the banks don't get paid unless that availability payment's coming in. And if the building's not being taken care of, county reduces the availability payment, right? So there's all kinds of checks and balances, and it's all structured in the project agreement.
But there's one thing you can guarantee is that the asset doesn't disappear overnight. Like that road just doesn't disappear, the school just doesn't disappear and there's a vacant lot. All this happens and the user, and sometimes the public owner sometimes doesn't really know that this is happening. The public owner will always know it's happening because there's notification periods and stuff of that nature. But there's this, the road doesn't go away, the school doesn't go away, the facility doesn't go away. This all happens up at the contractual levels. So,
Yeah, actually, it's a good question. I think, we've seen some instances where folks will point to a few toll roads, actually, where they've gone bankrupt because they're strictly based on how much revenue they can generate. What's actually happened in some of those instances, people view them as kind of failures, but in fact, I think it proves the model, is that the public agency, to Thomas's point, those roads still exist. They have not gone away, and they're still, in fact, providing that value. The public agencies actually ended up taking them over for pennies on the dollar. And so, the equity investors and the lenders got wiped out, but that asset was built, decades often, sooner than it would have been, and it's still providing services to the public.
Yeah, and there's a lot of things have to happen. A lot of things have to go wrong to get into that situation as well. Because you've got the lenders are oversight, you've got the equities oversight, and you as the public owners also got oversight. So there's three eyes at any point in time on the project. During construction is even worse. You've got a lot more eyes on it during construction, but during the operation and maintenance, yeah. Good question.
How do you reconcile the trade-off of control in the project with truly meaningful community engagement? For instance, Clackamas ultimately going through procurement, they don't get a say in what it looks like. And that was a big thing going through the procurement process. It's about, is this meeting the criteria documents or not? Ultimately, you're seeding what the design looks like. So when I think about Metro, and I think about the community involvement, and how do you bake performance criteria around that, around getting input from the community on the design before it gets built?
I think, in a lot of circumstances, you do what you might do in a traditional process anyway, which is you run charrettes and engage, stakeholders in the process of identifying what is important to the community before you get to the final stage of...
Prior to the RFP.
Yeah. That is probably one of the critical parts, especially of an asset like this, where it's probably one of the important parts of making sure you're prepared for a procurement, something that developers can respond to, or development teams can respond to, and knowing what the importance is critical to the success of a project. Because again, it's a long-term project. We certainly don't want to be standing here being your operator and partner and have people that aren't happy with the asset and isn't serving the purpose.
Or is that the lever where it becomes progressive P3? Like, is that...
It can do that. The only reason I'd hesitate to push that is that you don't want to get stuck into a progressive process that doesn't go anywhere, that ends up spinning the wheels because you can't satisfy anyone. Yeah. So, but it's a very real consideration, yes.
Yeah, no, that really comes down to doing all that planning, stakeholder engagement at the beginning, understanding what you want, understand what the people want. And then communicating that to, say, developers, because if you can't articulate it, then how can a developer interpret it, all right? And then be able to put up a design that is going to be exactly what you need. So, and then you've got to balance the needs, wants, and costs. Good question. All right, any more? I thought I saw your hand go up. No? All right, I'm going to hand it over to
Gary. Wanted to say
Juan Carlos.
Yeah.
Just a quick comment, I don't know if this is, on that question, the courthouse, it was like a specialty office building, and we did have a design committee, but it was the district attorney's staff, and it was the judges and the Oregon Judicial Department, because they were the ones, that was their office they were going to every day. The public that goes there is either a defendant or plaintiff or a jury. And so we didn't do a lot of community engagement because it wasn't like we were building a community center or anything else. We were building a very special, and it had to be designed to meet all kinds of security requirements. We already knew the design had to fit with our master plan components. It had to fit on the site, had to comply with Oregon City's height restrictions and things. So we already had enough constraints on, and we thought to open it up to a citizen committee who had no experience in designing modern courthouses wasn't going to be a big value add. It was going to just add delay and cost to the process.
It's on me now. All right. Well, thank you all for braving it and staying with us. Thank you to the AIAI team for joining us today and providing this informative session. I want to also thank Paul and Craig and the rest of the Metro staff for pulling this together. This was not a light venture. Got my joke here, venture? Anyway, we appreciate all the expertise and insights you've shared today. And thank you to my council colleagues and my MERC colleagues. Chair Stoudemire Phillips, thank you again. And we need creative solutions and strong partnerships to bring the vision of Expo site, as well as many other metro projects for this community, to fruition. Seeing how these partnerships can function and what models might work best for our agency is the first step we need, and this is the start of that. So seeing no further discussion, we are adjourned.